Imagine waking up on New Year's Day to your city on fire. That was America on January 1st, 1776. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now picture this. Instead of celebrations, the people of Norfolk, Virginia rang in the new year to the sound of British cannon fire. Back in April, Virginia's royal governor had secretly ordered British troops to march on Williamsburg, and, in the dead of night, troops seized the colony's gunpowder. The move enraged colonists, and the governor fled the capital, ruling from British warships offshore. By fall, supplies were low, and British troops were raiding nearby counties for more. But the colonists fought back. In response, the royal governor declared martial law, and weeks later, the Battle of Great Bridge erupted. The British wanted to seize control of both sides of a critical crossing in Norfolk. But in attempting to do so, they were brutally beat by the colonists. Defeated, the British retreated to their ship docked at Norfolk. And with provisions again running low by the end of December, the royal governor demanded that Norfolk restock the ship. But the Patriots refused. And that's when the bombing began. British warships opened fire on New Year's Day, trying to force the city into submission. Patriot leaders made a grim calculation. If the city couldn't be saved, its usefulness would be denied to the crown. Militias began setting fire to keep buildings as the fighting continued. And yet, after 25 hours of relentless fighting, it was the Royal Navy that withdrew. Thomas Jefferson would later reference the incident in the Declaration of Independence, writing in part, "He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coast, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people." Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 2nd, 1776. You step into the streets of Philadelphia and you chat with a friend who is sympathetic to the Patriot cause. But you pause, feeling eyes on you. It's your neighbor. But he doesn't look friendly. He isn't even cracking a smile. What do you do when your own neighbor is siding with the king? Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. The Continental Congress is wrestling with a painful reality. The revolution isn't just militia versus redcoat. It's colonist versus colonist. That's why on this day, Congress published what became known as the Tory Act, a guide for the colonies on how to deal with loyalists. Across the colonies, committees of observation and safety were springing up. Sign-up sheets were being circulated for colonists to declare loyalty to the Patriot cause. Those who refused to sign were often loyalists. In some cases, threats arose, violence erupted, and distrust was everywhere. Indifference and neutrality was no longer an option. You had to pick a side. Some people, Congress said, were simply uninformed. They needed to be made to understand why the fight for liberty mattered. But others, like those actively helping the British, were labeled dangerous, even unworthy Americans. Congress recommended disarming them, placing them under guard, or even forcing them to swear strict promises of good behavior. And, in a darker warning, they admitted retaliation might become necessary against anyone who aids the enemy. By the end of the war, tens of thousands of loyalists fled, many to Canada, while patriots stayed and tried to build a new nation from the ground up. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence. Because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 5th, 1776. For months, tension has been brewing between loyalists, patriots, and those who remain neutral. And up until now, reconciliation with the crown still seemed like a possibility. That is, until you hear the news. New Hampshire just enacted a constitution of its own, formally replacing British rule. And for the first time, an American colony will decide to govern itself, and reconciliation seems more like a fever dream. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, New Hampshire adopts the first state constitution in American history, 6 months before the Declaration of Independence is signed. It's short, a mere 911 words. Its build is temporary, with many still afraid of independence from the crown. The state constitution declares that Britain has deprived the colonists of their natural and constitutional rights and privileges. It's these words that matter the most. Natural rights mean rights you are born with, not permissions granted by a king or by a distant parliament. The founders acknowledge that those rights come from God and from human reason. It's a right like liberty, a right to own your property, the fruits of your labor. And if those rights are God-given natural rights, then no government can take them away. The government exists to protect them, not to give them out. And that idea has radical consequences. If all men are born with the same natural rights, then all men are equal. And then no man could have been born to rule another. Power can only come from the consent of the governed. It's the idea that rejected monarchy itself. It rejects the divine rights of kings. it rejects a crown. Now, this idea did not start in New Hampshire, but here, for the first time, it's written into a state constitution. Months later, Thomas Jefferson would echo these same principles in the Declaration of Independence, that government exists to secure natural rights, and when government fails to do so, its people may alter or abolish them. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 6, 1776. You get handed a meager ration and you look around, wondering, is this all worth it? John already left his post. Why shouldn't you? Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. The old Army's enlistments expired on December 31st, 1775. Hundreds of men had already left to go home. Food was scarce, smallpox was spreading, and firewood was nowhere to be found. It was the dead of winter. Morale was low. It was a problem for George Washington, who had just been appointed to lead the Continental Army just months before, when Patriot forces had successfully blocked British land access to Charlestown and Boston. Patriot forces were still holding the line, but the British had the strength of the Royal Navy behind them, and Washington's fears that men would return home over the winter were coming to fruition. Recruiting continued slowly through January and February, and it wasn't until March that the Army would match the numbers and organization of the old regiments. And yet, despite the uncertainty, Washington held the line. The Continental Army survived the first days of 1776, a fragile, makeshift force holding the fate of the revolution in its hands. But there was still something that was desperately needed, something that could boost support and morale. And in a few days, that something would come. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. You've already heard the rumors, whispers from port towns. You haven't read the King's October speech yet, but you have a feeling that you just can't shake. Something has crossed the Atlantic, and it isn't peace. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Back in October, King George III stood before Parliament and delivered a speech about the American colonies. But ships take weeks, and it isn't until early January that the contents of that speech begin circulating in America. The King has chosen force. In his address, King George III gave Parliament his consent to use troops against his own subjects, something many colonists once believed was unthinkable. Just months before this infamous speech, the Continental Congress had sent the Olive Branch Petition, attempting reconciliation with the Crown yet again. And while the King claimed in his October speech that he was, quote, anxious to prevent the effusion of the blood of my subjects, he made clear the rebellion must be ended by the most decisive exertions. That meant more ships, more soldiers, and more force. By January, Americans were beginning to understand the message. The King no longer saw them as loyal subjects to be heard, but as rebels to be crushed. The King declared the subjects an open rebellion, and the colonists would have a heavy decision to make. But what could tip those on the fence about independence, if not the King's speech? Well, in just a few days, a pamphlet will change the world. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine you're sitting with your husband, an officer in the Royal Navy, and you're watching a British play on January 8th, 1776. Suddenly, one of the actors steps forward and announces that the Patriots are attacking a British position. The crowd claps and laughs. It's part of the play, right? Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. During the Battle of Bunker Hill back in June, British forces had burned much of Charlestown, attempting to flush out American snipers and destroy supplies. By January 8th, what remained of Charlestown had once again become a target, but this time for the Patriots. Patriot Major Thomas Knowlton led a raid on the few houses that had survived the initial burning. His men captured 6 men and a woman, and then destroyed the buildings that the British couldn't use them as firewood, which was scarce and desperately needed by the British. Meanwhile, across town, the British were staging a play called The Blockade of Boston. It mocked the Continental Army and portrayed George Washington as a shabby, uncouth country bumpkin. But during the performance, a costumed British soldier walked onto stage and he announced that the rebels were attacking a British position. The audience, mostly British officers, assumed it was scripted, so they clapped and they laughed, until they realized it was serious. Panic spread. The hall emptied as officers rushed out to defend Charlestown. Knowlton would later go on to be remembered as one of America's first intelligence officials, leading what became known as Knowlton's Rangers, an elite group of patriots tasked with spying. Knowlton would sadly be killed in battle just months later. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 9th, 1776. You head down to a print shop owned by Robert Bell with 2 shillings in your pocket. You want to buy a copy of Common Sense. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Just this week, colonists learned that the king has declared them to be in open rebellion and is authorizing force to be used. And yet, many Americans still hesitate. Breaking from the crown still feels unthinkable for some. That's where Thomas Paine comes in. Published anonymously, Common Sense did something radical. It asked ordinary Americans to simply trust what they already felt. The Almighty hath implanted in us these unextinguishable feelings for good and wise purposes, Paine wrote. They are the guardians of His image in our hearts. In other words, the feelings of anger and unease that so many colonists were feeling mattered. The founding generation believed that all men are created equal. They're endowed by God with reason and natural rights. When those rights are violated, as had been the case with the crown, the anger you feel is a natural response to your natural rights being violated. But the reason that the king is so willingly violating the natural rights of colonists is because the king does not believe that all men are created equal, that colonists have certain inalienable natural rights. You see, with the monarchy, the king is born with the right to rule others, so says he. That means he doesn't see himself as equal to the colonists. He's born better than them. And there's nothing in the English Constitution that can fix this either, Paine argued. You simply had to start from scratch. You had to start a new world. This new world, Paine argued, belonged not to kings, but to the persecuted lovers of liberty everywhere. We have every opportunity and every encouragement before us, Paine wrote, to form the noblest, purest constitution on the face of the earth. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. The sun never shined on a cause of greater worth. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 12th, 1776. You hear screaming, shouting. You peer outside your door, and just down the street, 6 houses are on fire. You squint through the smoke, and that's when you see them. Dozens of British troops descending on the town. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Late in the afternoon on January 12th, Captain James Wallace anchored a ship carrying 250 British Marines and sailors just off the tip of Prudence Island, Rhode Island. Almost immediately, Wallace gave the order: burn the houses near the landing site. As the homes burned, a small Patriot militia gathered to respond. About 50 men, under the command of Captain Pierce, marched out to confront the British. The militiamen set fire to hay, believing the British had planned to seize the supply. And even though the enemy was out of range, Pierce ordered his men to open fire. The British fired back and struck Private Williams of Richmond's regiment through the chest. He fell to the ground and was captured, taken prisoner by the British. It was clear the Patriots were outnumbered, and the order came to retreat. And as the militia fell back, the British moved in, burning homes, barns, and buildings, turning the island into ash. As night fell and the cold set in, the British returned to their boats. But this wasn't over. The Patriots hadn't retreated because they were done fighting. They were coming back. Join me tomorrow to see how these Rhode Island militiamen strike back. Because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 13th, 1776. You're crouched behind a stone fence. Your heart is pounding. Your toes are numb as snow is seeping through your boots. And you peer over the wall, and there they are, British troops, the same men who were firing at you the night before. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. After the fighting on January 12th, Patriot militiamen returned to Prudence Island, this time joined by reinforcements. They took positions behind stone walls and waited. At 9 o'clock that morning, British forces under Captain James Wallace returned from their ships to forage for supplies and continue destroying the island. From offshore, Wallace reported seeing large bodies of armed rebels standing behind stone fences, ready to fight. Fighting erupted when a British patrol officer strayed too far from its main force and walked straight into an ambush. For nearly 3 hours, musket fire echoed across the island. British flanking parties advanced again and again, and they were pushed back each time. And even though the Patriots were outnumbered, they held their ground. And by midday, the British were forced to retreat to their ships. The British would later return to finish destroying Prudence Island. But the fight proved something the Crown would keep learning the hard way. American militiamen, cold, outnumbered, and fighting on their own soil, would not break. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence. Because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 14th, 1776. You're celebrating your 35th birthday, and life is good. You've just been appointed to Brigadier General, and you're on track to become a war hero for the Patriot cause. But soon, a group of militiamen hiding on a dirt road will uncover your plot to betray the Continental Army and leave you branded as the most infamous traitor in American history. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Before his name meant traitor, Benedict Arnold was one of Washington's best generals. He helped capture Fort Ticonderoga in 1775 and would serve crucial roles in campaigns at Lake Champlain, Ridgefield, and Saratoga. But by 1777, Arnold was being passed over for promotions. It didn't help that he was also spending lavishly and racking up a lot of debt. And as money problems and resentment grew, Arnold made a fateful decision. He would become a turncoat. Trusted with command of West Point, the colonial military fort on the Hudson River, Arnold met with British Major John Andre on September 21, 1780, to iron out the details of handing over West Point to the British. Disguised in civilian clothes and using a fake name, Andre rode south toward British-held New York City. Hidden in Andre's boots were Arnold signed plans, the instructions that would give British control of the Hudson River and possibly end the revolution. Andre was only 20 miles from safety when suddenly 3 militiamen, John Paulding, David Williams, and Isaac Van Wart, stepped out of the dark on a dirt road just north of Tarrytown, New York. Andre, noticing one of the men wearing a Hessian coat, believed he was in a safe space, and so he reveals he's a British officer. "But we are patriots," the trio said. Andre immediately tried to walk back his admission, but the patriots were suspicious. They begin to search him. And just when Andre thinks he's in the clear, the patriots make him take his boot off. And that's when they found the betrayal of the nation. Andre was tried as a spy and hanged, while Arnold fled to the British for safety. So on this day, the birthday of America's greatest traitor, let's remember the 3 patriots who saved the cause from Arnold's betrayal. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 15th, 1776. You're stationed just outside of Boston with your fellow militiamen, but a few hundred miles away, the Crown has just hired thousands of Hessian soldiers, German strangers, trained killers, and they're going to be shipped to the colonies to slaughter you. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, Frederick II of Hesse-Kassel signs a treaty with Britain. He promises over 12,000 soldiers to fight in North America, professional troops, well-armed, ready to kill. Now, hiring troops wasn't new for the Crown. They had done it in the past in previous conflicts. But sending them to murder people the king still called his own subjects was a profound betrayal. It was a choice that only confirmed to the patriots there could be no true reconciliation with the Crown. The founders would later reference this outrage in the Declaration of Independence, listing as their 25th grievance that King George III, quote, is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 16th, 1776. You're sitting at a desk in Philadelphia, writing a letter by candlelight. Tomorrow's your birthday, but it doesn't feel like something worth celebrating. Not anymore, at least. Your only son has sided with the king. The war has already taken him from you. And deep down, you know it may take him for good. You don't know what tomorrow brings. You don't even know if you're going to live to see another birthday. So, you finish the letter, and you sign your name. Benjamin Franklin. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Benjamin Franklin was born on January 17, 1706, in Boston, Massachusetts, one of 17 children. By 15, he was already writing political essays under the pseudonym Silence Do Good, defending free speech and mocking authority. By 1754, Franklin had published the famous Join or Die cartoon during the Albany Congress, warning that the colonies would fall one by one if they failed to unite. And 2 decades later, when the Revolution came, Franklin served as a delegate to the Second Continental Congress. He then served on the Committee of Secret Correspondence, laying the groundwork for foreign alliances. Franklin also served on the Committee of 5 that drafted the Declaration of Independence, later warning that we had a republic, but only if you can keep it. But the revolution cost Franklin deeply. His son William, royal governor of New Jersey, remained loyal to the crown. In early 1776, William was arrested by Patriot authorities, and Franklin refused to intervene, including when William's wife was on her deathbed and William wanted to see her. Ben Franklin and his son would be separated for 8 long years, and when they finally reconciled in 1784, Franklin wrote that the rupture had caused him profound pain, and he signed the letter as William's, quote, affectionate father. However, hopes of reconciliation were short-lived. When Benjamin and William finally met in person in 1785, Benjamin asked William to apologize for his loyalism, and William refused. The two never saw each other again. The Revolution didn't just divide an empire, it divided families. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 19th, 1776, and in your town, the pastor isn't preaching about heaven, he's preaching about war. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On January 19th, Massachusetts leaders issued a proclamation calling on the people to support the revolution not just with weapons, but with faith and virtue. Because the founders understood something that most people today forget. A republic only works if the people can govern themselves. And unlike a monarchy, where a king controls everything, a republic puts the power in the hands of ordinary citizens. But that only works if those citizens have self-control, if they have a moral compass that tells them what's right and what's wrong, even when no one is watching. And in 1776, that moral compass came from Christianity. America was built on the idea that all men are created equal because they are made in God's image. That belief comes straight out of biblical teaching, and it's the foundation of natural rights, human dignity, and the freedoms that we all enjoy today. That's why the Massachusetts Proclamation warned that freedom depends on virtue. It said, a government so popular can be supported only by universal knowledge and virtue in the body of the people, and true religion, purity of manners, and integrity of life among all. In other words, if people lose their morals and their virtue, they lose their freedoms. The proclamation went even further, saying that piety and virtue, which alone can secure the freedom of any people, may be encouraged, and that they attend the public worship of God, trusting in Him as the God of armies. John Adams would later put it plainly, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. And George Washington agreed, saying in his farewell address that religion and morality are indispensable supports of political prosperity. So on this day, January 19th, 1776, Massachusetts reminded the people that winning the revolution wasn't just about beating the British. It was about building a nation strong enough to stay free. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 20th, 1776. You're sitting in a dark study. A candle flickers, illuminating the room. It's your 44th birthday, but celebration isn't on your mind. Independence is. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Richard Henry Lee was born on January 20th, 1732, and while he was pivotal to the Revolution, his name is often forgotten. So on his birthday, let's honor the man that John Adams would later describe as the father of independence. Lee was born into a wealthy Virginia family and quickly became involved in the revolutionary cause. But what made Lee stand out was his June 7th, 1776 motion that set the stage for the Declaration of Independence. Colonists had been watching for more than a year as the Crown tried to strip them of their God-given rights. And Lee, realizing that time was of the essence, would put forward a motion on June 7th that encouraged colonies to declare their independence. These united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. And less than a month later, the colonies would formally declare independence. John Adams would later say that Lee would be known as the father of American independence. Notably, Lee would later work against the ratification of the Constitution, fearing that the states would lose their power and their rights. In fact, Lee said, to say that a bad government must be established for fear of anarchy is really saying that we should kill ourselves for fear of dying. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 21st, 1776. You're sitting in a local tavern and you overhear patriots talking about independence. Your heart begins to pound. You were born a subject of the British Empire, even though you were raised in the colonies. You speak the same language as the people across the ocean, read the same books, you share the same ancestry, and yet you're going to have to choose whether to join the war against the people that you still think of as your brethren. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By January 1776, the fighting had already begun, Blood had been spilled, and Boston was still under siege. And yet, a huge number of colonists didn't want independence. They wanted reconciliation. They wanted to be heard. And you can see that desperation in a piece published January 22nd, 1776, in Dunlap's Pennsylvania Packet. It was addressed directly to the people of Great Britain and opened with a plea. Friends, countrymen, and fellow subjects. The piece begged Britons not to hate the Americans, but to understand that a small group of men, Parliament and the Crown, had pushed both sides toward disaster. The colonies, the piece argued, weren't rising up against England itself, but rather against a government that had trampled the Constitution and ignored every peaceful appeal. You are deceived by appearances, the piece warned, and think the Americans are in open arms against this country. The blame, it said, belonged elsewhere. The melancholy circumstances of the war in North America should not affect your minds with resentment against the Americans, but against a set of men who have planned the destruction of the Constitution. To them, and them only, are owing all our grief. And it wasn't just the colonists saying this. On January 20th, the Virginia Gazette reprinted a speech given in London in September that admitted Americans had been, quote, driven to the last resources of despair by a denial of redress and an accumulation of grievances too severe to be endured by a free people. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence. Because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 22nd, 1776. You're a freezing New Jersey militiaman in a tiny wooden boat, crouched low, praying the crew aboard a British supply ship doesn't spot you and your fellow patriots rowing straight toward it. You're about to capture a British supply ship, or be killed trying. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. The ship was called Blue Mountain Valley, and she carried food and supplies for the British Army trapped in Boston. Those supplies were meant to keep thousands of redcoats alive through the winter. But after being battered by Atlantic storms for 3 brutal months, the ship limped into the waters off New Jersey, damaged, exhausted, and alone. And that's when the American Patriots made their move. On January 18th, a group of 5 patriots led by William Henry Dobbs rowed out to the ship. The British captain, James Dempster, unaware of the group's identity, said he just needed to get one of his men ashore. Dobbs agreed to take one of his men. Once in the boat, the British sailor, Joseph Walcombe, asked to be taken to a Royal Navy warship. Dobbs fired back, "Do you think I'll betray my country?" Walcombe was soon arrested and his pockets were searched. Inside were letters revealing that the Blue Mountain Valley was badly damaged and desperately waiting for help before it could continue on to supply the British in Boston. That intelligence was then rushed back to Patriot leaders in New Jersey. The Patriots knew this was their chance. Before dawn on January 22nd, 77 Patriots in 4 small boats slipped into the dark, icy waters and rowed toward the British ship. And at sunrise, the Patriots spotted it. Blue Mountain Valley assumed they were friendly. In fact, one of the approaching Patriots, Captain William Rogers, was even wearing a coat of a British naval officer. So, Dempster let Rogers aboard without a single shot fired, and Patriots quickly seized the boat and brought it ashore, capturing vital resources meant for British forces who were desperately needing reinforcements up in Boston. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 23rd, 1776. You wake up feeling different. Maybe it's the winter air, or maybe it's because today you turn 39, and something tells you history is about to remember your name. You sit down at your desk, pick up a quill pen, and almost absentmindedly, you start practicing your signature. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Hancock was born on January 23, 1737, in Braintree, Massachusetts, and by the 1760s, he wasn't just a wealthy merchant, he was becoming a problem for the British Crown. In April of 1768, British customs officials boarded his ship, the Lydia, looking for smuggled goods. But there was one problem. They didn't have a legal warrant, so Hancock refused them entry. When one of the agents tried to sneak below deck anyway, Hancock's crew physically tossed him back out. The Crown wanted charges filed, but Massachusetts Attorney General ruled Hancock hadn't broken any law. And just like that, John Hancock became a symbol of resistance. 2 years later came the Boston Massacre. Tensions exploded, blood was spilled, and Hancock stepped forward again, this time leading the charge to force British troops out of the city. He warned the governor that 10,000 armed soldiers were ready to march if the soldiers didn't leave. It wasn't true, but it worked. Then came April of 1775. Paul Revere rode through the night to warn Hancock and Sam Adams that British troops were on the move. and that their arrest was likely the goal. The duo fled just in time, and a year later, when independence was finally declared, John Hancock was right where history needed him, president of the Continental Congress, first to sign the Declaration of Independence, and ever since, when we sign our names, we call it a John Hancock. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 26, 1776. You're standing in a colonial print shop. Outside, the war has already begun, and inside, the battle is being fought on paper. You glance to a stack of prints, and you see a shocking image. A mother and a daughter, locked in combat. But this isn't a family quarrel. This is Britain and her colonies. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. The print, Female Combatants, was published on January 26, 1776, though its creator remains unknown. The shocking image shows Britain as a refined, well-dressed woman, while across from her stands her bare-chested, wild-haired, tattooed, defiant daughter, the American colonies. The mother cries out for obedience, while the daughter answers with just one word: liberty. The mother responds by calling her daughter a rebellious slut. It's crude, it's emotional, and it's deliberate. Because by early 1776, that's exactly how the British political class saw the colonies. They were unruly, ungrateful, in need of discipline. But you can't bring the spirit of freedom to heal when it's being trampled. Now, if you look at the image again, and you look at the two trees next to either woman, on Britain's side, the tree is thick, right? But it's cut short, it's mature, it's stagnant. But on the American side, the tree is young, it is thinner, but it is growing upward, fast. The message is unmistakable. One world is dying, but another is being born. Because by January of 1776, the question was no longer, are we unhappy? It was, who has the right to rule us? Now, the crown believed that authority flowed downward from king to subject. But the colonists were coming to believe something far more rebellious. Authority flows upward. Rights don't come from kings. They come from God and from nature and from being human. And a government doesn't just get to violate those rights. And if a government does violate those rights, then obedience isn't a virtue, it's a sin. And that is the tension we're seeing in this print. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 27th, 1776. You're standing outside Cambridge, Massachusetts, staring at something that no one thought possible just weeks earlier, a line of dozens of massive cannons. And the man responsible? A 26-year-old Boston bookseller named Henry Knox. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By the winter of 1775, the war had already been underway. The British were trapped in Boston after Lexington and Concord, but they weren't defeated. They still controlled the harbor, and they still had artillery, which meant the Continental Army had a problem. George Washington had men, but he didn't have guns. And as long as that remained true, the siege was a stalemate. Then Washington met Henry Knox. Knox had no formal military training, but what he did have was an obsession with artillery and a radical idea. Far to the north at Fort Ticonderoga sat dozens of heavy cannons captured by Patriots earlier in the war. If they could be moved to Boston, the British position would collapse. The only problem? Those cannons weighed over 120,000 pounds total, and winter was setting in. Still, Washington gave the order. In November of 1775, Knox set out on what would become one of the most daring logistical operations in American history. At Lake Champlain, cannons were loaded onto boats. At the Chute River, which is a 4-mile series of waterfalls and rapids, the artillery was offloaded and placed into oxen-drawn carriages to begin the steep climb to Lake George. At Lake George, one boat sank under the weight, but teamsters managed to bail the boat out and save the artillery. And at the Hudson River, the ice cracked under an 18-pounder, swallowing it whole. And yet, the teamsters pulled it back out anyway after a full day's effort. And finally, on January 27th, 1776, Knox arrived at Cambridge. Behind him, 59 cannons, 120,000 pounds of artillery, and nearly 300 miles. Finally, the Americans had what they needed. Within weeks, the artillery would be dragged up Dorchester Heights under the cover of darkness. Soon, the Patriots would take Boston. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 28th, 1776. You see a few neighbors headed toward the church, but they're not going there to pray. They're going there to take a few pews and use it for firewood. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Inside Boston, life is brutal. At this point, the British still control Boston Harbor, and while the Patriots surround the city, they lack the necessary artillery to free it of British rule. Most Patriots had fled Boston last spring, but some still stay, including Paul Revere's family. Butter and meat are very hard to find, and even if you do, they're wildly expensive. Merchants are having a hard time staying in business, and chimneys are packed with smoke from fires burning whatever wood or furniture they can spare. Heck, your neighbors are burning pews in the roof of a local church just to stay warm. Occasionally, muskets and cannons exchange fire, echoing through the frozen streets, a constant reminder that Boston is a war zone. A few months ago, residents like Sarah Winslow Deming described the terror of moving through the city under British lines. Confusion, fear, and constant checkpoints. Even simple travel for supplies could take hours. Meanwhile, change was coming from just outside the city. Henry Knox's artillery had completed its near impossible 300-mile winter trek from Fort Ticonderoga. Hundreds of miles, 120,000 pounds of cannons, dragged over frozen lakes, river rapids, and snowy mountains, all to give George Washington the firepower he needed to target the British fleet. And within weeks, those guns would crown Dorchester Heights, putting the British in a position they could no longer hold. Still, for the few patriots who stayed in Boston, each day is a battle in its own right, one that helps set the stage for the next chapter of the Revolution. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 29th, 1776. You're stationed just outside of Boston, and you pick up your diary, you sit down, and you begin to scribble, nothing remarkable. And that's it. No, like really. No big battles, no big daring escapes, no cannons dragged through frozen rivers. Just a, well, quiet day. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now, today's episode is a reminder that history isn't always explosions and fiery speeches. Sometimes it's just, well, a Monday. That is, a Monday in 1776. On January 29th, 1776, the siege of Boston was still dragging on. Washington hadn't broken the British grip on the city, but patriots were on standby just outside of it. And according to Corporal Moses Sleeper of Newburyport, who was stationed outside of Boston and Cambridge, the weather that day was simply pleasant. Yeah, that is it. That is quite literally all he documented for that day. Another soldier, Solomon Nash, serving in Captain Jotham Drury's artillery company, was even more blunt. In his diary, he wrote that, quote, "Nothing remarkable happened that day," which, honestly, maybe it's the most relatable diary entry in American history. Meanwhile, John Adams spent the day traveling through western Massachusetts. On January 29th, he stopped in Springfield and later dined at a tavern in Palmer called Scott's, which was owned by Abigail Fowler and William Scott, whom he described as great patriots. Fun fact, George Washington years later would go there and have a nice breakfast. Even more fun fact is that John Adams' great-grandfather Thomas Boylston also happens to be my 9th great-grandfather. But I digress here. The point is, even in the middle of a revolution, not every day is dramatic, right? Some days are just waiting and, well, a bit unremarkable. But even on days when it feels like nothing is happening, everything is slowly building towards something huge. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's January 30th, 1776. You're inside a prison in Philadelphia, and you overhear a captured royal officer talking a bit too freely. The officer thinks he's just making conversation, but he lets something slip. There may still be 200 trained Highland Royal soldiers hiding in upstate New York near the estate of Sir John Johnson, the most powerful loyalist in the Mohawk Valley, who just days earlier had surrendered under parole. You rush to your desk and write a letter to Major General Philip Schuyler. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By January of 1776, the war had already spread far beyond Boston. The Mohawk Valley of New York had become a fault line. It was a place where family ties and land claims and even military loyalty collided. Now, just days earlier, Major General Philip Schuyler had marched nearly 3,000 troops into the region and surrounded the estate of well-known loyalist Sir John Johnson. Schuyler seized cannons and arms and forced Johnson to surrender under parole. Now, notably, Johnson had previously tried to flee the area before he was surrounded. Others were arrested and sent for imprisonment in Pennsylvania. Schuyler thought they got them all. But on January 30th, Thomas McKean, a delegate to the Continental Congress and future signer of the Declaration, discovered there may still be 200 Royal soldiers lurking near Johnson's estate. Captain Duncan Campbell of the Royal Scotch Emigrants, who was a prisoner, accidentally let it slip that there were still parts of Johnson's regiment hiding out in the area. McKean wrote to Schuyler, "Those soldiers and their officers may be apprehended and detained as prisoners of war and not considered so much as Tories. If they are soldiers and can be secured, they may possibly be exchanged for the like number of our friends in Quebec." The Patriots weren't taking any chances, and they would do anything to get back their fellow Americans who had been captured earlier in Quebec. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 2nd, 1776. You're standing at your headquarters outside British-occupied Boston, wondering if you'll ever be able to take the city. A courier rushes up to you. It's a letter from British General William Howe, and it's a letter you've been waiting for. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Shortly after the Battle of Bunker Hill, American patriot and Boston schoolmaster James Lovell was arrested for alleged espionage. The British held him in Boston's Stone Jail, known for horrible conditions where patriot prisoners were forced to eat moldy bread, sleep on straw pallets on the cold floor, and given stale water for 37 days. While other patriots were released over time, the British refused to release Lovell. Josiah Quincy Sr., writing to John Adams in the summer of 1775, said, quote, "Poor young Master Lovell, if not already, will probably soon fall a victim to their insatiable thirst for blood, on account of the contents of some letters from him, which were found in Dr. Joseph Warren's pockets and which, they say, contain matters of a treasonable nature." Lovell wrote desperate letters to Washington and anyone he thought might help secure his release, and he quickly became a symbol of British mistreatment of patriot prisoners and fueled resentment among the colonists. Washington attempted to secure the release of Lovell in late January, sending a letter to Howe proposing a trade of Philip Skene, a British loyalist who was taken during the invasion of Canada, for Lovell. Skene was a valuable asset for the enemy, Washington thought. He was a loyalist, and he had good military experience. But on February 2nd, Howe rejected the prisoner exchange. He said that he intended to grant Lovell his liberty, until British authorities discovered that Lovell had been carrying on, quote, prohibited correspondence. In other words, espionage. You see, Lovell wasn't just a prisoner. He was smuggling intelligence out of Boston to help the Patriots, and for Howe, that was a line too far. While Washington was unable to secure the release of Lovell on February 2nd, Lovell was eventually released in late October in exchange for Philip Skene, exactly as Washington had planned from the start. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 3rd, 1776. You're barreling toward Charlestown, South Carolina. You're soaked, exhausted, and carrying sealed dispatches. You reach the ferry just as it pulls away. The keeper shrugs. Other passengers are waiting, and you'll have to wait too. But every minute feels dangerous, because what you're carrying isn't just mail, it's intelligence, orders, warnings. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. This was the kind of problem that patriots who operated as postriders were facing in early February of 1776. Postriders weren't just messengers, they were the nervous system of the entire revolution. They carried details of troop movements, naval sightings, congressional decisions, and emergency warnings, often riding day and night and swapping horses along the way. The Continental Congress had previously created its own postal system, overseen by Benjamin Franklin, to replace the British mail system that patriots no longer trusted. But even with this new system in place, messages could stall for hours, even days, at a single river crossing because southern geography was working against them. Rivers and streams and swamps were everywhere, and bridges were rare. And a single ferry delay could slow vital intelligence by hours, even days, because ferries were run by private operators. They could charge what they wanted, and they could choose who gets on the ferry first. And while South Carolina and other southern states weren't under direct attack yet, unity mattered. And so did quick correspondence. That's why, just a few weeks later, South Carolina's Provincial Congress would move to fix this exact problem, ordering ferry operators to prioritize postriders. When a postrider arrives, everything else waits. And while it wasn't a requirement per se, it was understood. The Continental Congress could take action against private ferry operators if they didn't comply, because the revolution depended on speed. Fast communication meant defenses could be raised in time, a factor that would matter enormously just months later when the British tried to seize Charlestown. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 4th, 1776. You've just arrived in New York City on orders from George Washington. Your job? Prepare the city for war. You think it's just preemptive, but suddenly a courier rushes over to you with intelligence that stops you cold. A British general has also just sailed into New York City. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. That British general is Sir Henry Clinton, fresh from Boston, arriving aboard the HMS Mercury. He claims he's just there for a friendly visit with William Tryon, the former royal governor of New York, now hiding on a British warship offshore. But your Major General Charles Lee, And you don't buy that for a second. Lee was born in England, but by 1776, he was one of the Continental Army's most aggressive and outspoken generals. Washington sent Lee down to New York City with orders to fortify the city's defenses against potential British invasion. Lee had been dispatched to rally local militias, assess any vulnerabilities, and prepare for what many feared would be a key battleground in the escalating conflict. But then Lee received word that Clinton coincidentally arrived to the city on the very same day. Lee quickly reported Clinton's arrival to Washington. He called Clinton's story, quote, "the most whimsical piece of civility I ever heard." When Clinton began spreading the word that he was planning on sailing south to Cape Fear, North Carolina, Lee wasn't convinced. He wrote that voluntarily sharing plans with the enemy was, quote, "too novel to be credited." In other words, either Clinton was lying or he wanted Lee to think he was. The incident highlighted the need for vigilance across the colonies and reminded patriots to be ever suspicious. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 5th, 1776. You're living in North Carolina and headed to a meeting to discuss raising a militia. But it's not a patriot militia, it's a militia for the king. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, Loyalist leaders meet in Cross Creek, North Carolina, to plan a full-scale uprising against Patriot resistance in the colony. By this point, North Carolina actually had a pretty significant Loyalist population. Many of the men gathering tonight are Scottish Highlanders, recent immigrants who had sworn loyalty to King George III. They believed the crown would protect their land, their culture, and their future. And now, they were ready to fight for it. Their goal was to muster Loyalist forces across North Carolina, march to the coast, and then link up with incoming British troops as part of a southern invasion strategy. They were counting on help from British General Sir Henry Clinton, who earlier this week had just passed through New York and was believed to be sailing south. To the Loyalists, British power was coming. They wanted to be ready when it arrived. In the days after the Cross Creek meeting, Loyalist commanders like Brigadier General Donald MacDonald and Lieutenant Colonel Donald McLeod mobilized fast, raising roughly 1,500 to 1,600 men. On February 18th, they began their march toward Wilmington. But Patriot forces were already moving. Colonel Richard Caswell and Colonel James Moore organized militia units to block the Loyalist advance, choosing a narrow choke point over Moore's Creek Bridge. And on February 27, 1776, the Loyalist uprising that began on February 5th collapsed. Patriot militia routed the Loyalists, captured their supplies, seized critical correspondence, and effectively destroyed organized Loyalist resistance in North Carolina for years. The victory electrified Patriot morale across the South, convincing North Carolina leaders that the cause was winnable. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 6th, 1776. It's your 20th birthday, but you don't feel much like celebrating. You're Captain Aaron Burr of the Continental Army. And while most Americans today remember your name for a duel that happened decades in the future, right now, you're risking your life for the American Revolution. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Just weeks earlier, Burr had volunteered for one of the most brutal missions of the war, Benedict Arnold's march through the Maine wilderness to Quebec. And when the assault on Quebec failed on December 31st, 1775, Burr didn't run. Instead, under heavy British fire, he attempted to recover the body of General Richard Montgomery, the fallen American commander. It was this act of loyalty and real courage that earned Burr a promotion. And over the next few years, Burr kept fighting. He endured the frozen misery of Valley Forge, he fought through the chaos and heat of Monmouth, and he rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel before health issues finally forced him out of his uniform. After the war, Burr turned to law and politics, and he was good at both. He became a U.S. Senator and then Vice President of the United States of America, presiding over the Senate with a reputation for fairness, even during the impeachment trial of a Supreme Court justice. But history doesn't remember him for that. A bitter political rivalry and a smear-filled campaign would tarnish his legacy. It began with a quarrel that started in one of my favorite New York taverns, the Beekman Arms Tavern up in Rhinebeck, and it ended on a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey. Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met for a duel on July 11, 1804, at the same location that Hamilton's son, Philip, was killed at during a duel just 3 years earlier. Alexander Hamilton didn't plan on firing at Burr. Instead, he planned on firing a throwaway shot, and that's exactly what he did. Hamilton fired well above Burr's head, hitting a tree, but Burr fatally struck one of our greatest founding fathers. Burr lived long after the duel, but his political life was over, and yet, before the scandal, before the infamy, he was a 20-year-old officer standing in the snow, fighting for a country that didn't yet exist. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 9th, 1776. You haven't slept much. The death of General Richard Montgomery, slain in the snow outside Quebec, still weighs on you. And now, you sit at your desk, pen in hand, knowing the same fate could await you if nothing changes. So, you sign your letter to John Hancock, George Washington. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Just weeks earlier, Montgomery led one of the boldest campaigns of the war thus far, the American invasion of Canada. After capturing Montreal, he joined forces with Benedict Arnold outside Quebec City, and a patient blockade might have forced the British to surrender. But Montgomery had a problem that no general should ever face in the middle of a campaign. His army was disappearing. Most of his soldiers' enlistments expired on December 31st, 1775, and as that deadline approached, men packed their bags, determined to go home. Montgomery knew that if he waited any longer, his force would melt away entirely, and so on New Year's Eve, in the middle of a blinding snowstorm, he made a desperate choice, and he attacked. Leading his column through deep snow along the St. Lawrence River, Montgomery advanced toward a British barricade, and then, without warning, a cannon loaded with grape shot fired. Montgomery was killed instantly, and his assault collapsed. Washington understood exactly what had happened and why. So, on February 9th, 1776, from his headquarters in Cambridge, Washington wrote an urgent letter to John Hancock and the Continental Congress. Short-term enlistments, Washington warned, were killing the army. He pointed directly to Montgomery's death, arguing the general never would have risked an assault if he hadn't feared his troops abandoning him. The same danger haunted Boston, where Washington's own lines nearly collapsed as enlistments expired faster than replacements arrived. An army constantly disbanding and rebuilding, Washington wrote, couldn't be disciplined, it couldn't be trained, and it couldn't fight effectively. Washington's solution was simple: stop thinking in months, enlist soldiers for the entire duration of the war, offer bounties, build a real army. The letter was a turning point, and Congress would slowly begin to listen. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 10th, 1776. You sit down in a chair by a fire, staring at the embers burning. You're 63 years old, and you should be taking things slow at this age. But you've recently been elected to serve as a delegate to the Provincial Congress of New Jersey. But little do you know, soon you'll be living in a literal cave, hiding from the British, all because you signed the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Hart wasn't a wealthy lawyer or a famous politician. He was a plain-spoken farmer and mill owner in his early 60s, living a modest life in Hopewell, New Jersey. But when the call for independence came, Hart answered. Hart was an early opponent of the Stamp Act back in 1765 and would later join New Jersey's Committees of Correspondence and Safety. By June of 1776, he was elected to the Second Continental Congress, and on August 2nd, he proudly signed the Declaration of Independence, pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor for the cause. And boy did he mean it. Shortly after independence was declared, Hart became the Speaker of New Jersey's newly formed General Assembly, but his new role, combined with his pledge, cost him deeply. The British placed a bounty on his head, and when the British and Hessian armies swept through New Jersey later that year, Hart's 600-acre farm became a target. Livestock, crops, orchards, and mills were destroyed. His wife Deborah became extremely sick and later died, while his 13 children were forced to flee for their safety. As for Hart, he had no choice but to flee home and hide in local caves. He hid in the Sauerland Mountains, woods, even caves, including one now known as John Hart's Cave and Rock House, in order to avoid capture. After American victories at Trenton and Princeton, he returned home, his farm in ruins, but his spirit unbroken. He continued public service as Speaker of the New Jersey General Assembly, even hosting George Washington's army on his damaged land in 1778. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 11th, 1776. Just 9 days ago, you were elected to serve as a delegate from Georgia to the Continental Congress, making you one of the youngest men in the room. And in just 2 years' time, you'll nearly be killed on a battlefield and left permanently marked by a war you weren't even sure would succeed. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. George Walton was born in Virginia in the 1740s, and he was orphaned as an infant. He was taken in by his uncle, who apprenticed him as a carpenter and actively discouraged formal education. but Walton continued to study. He taught himself and eventually headed further south for Savannah, where he studied law and was admitted to the bar. Walton quickly became a leader of the Patriot cause in Savannah, having served as president of the Council of Safety and as secretary to the Provincial Congress. Following his February 2nd election, he prepared for his role in the Second Continental Congress and would later become one of the youngest signers of the Declaration, signing at just 35 years old. But, as many of the signers would learn, pledging their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor wasn't just poetic language. It was a warning. During the British siege of Savannah in 1778, Walton took up arms and commanded a Georgia militia. He was shot in the thigh by a musket ball and thrown violently from his horse, nearly killing him. The British captured him, and he was sent to Sunbury Prison with other captives. He endured roughly a year of harsh conditions in captivity before being exchanged in a prisoner release. Walton ended up surviving and returned to politics, later becoming a governor of Georgia and a judge. But George Walton's story reminds us that the Revolution didn't just create heroes, it broke them first. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 12th, 1776. You sit down and begin to write a desperate letter to John Dickinson, begging him to come to Philadelphia at once. British troops have arrived in New York, and suddenly, an all-out war seems nearer than ever. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, John Hancock, serving as president of the Second Continental Congress, picked up his pen and wrote an urgent letter to fellow delegate John Dickinson of Pennsylvania. Hancock had received a dispatch by express just days earlier from Major General Charles Lee, who was overseeing defenses in New York. The message was alarming. British troops had arrived in New York Harbor, and that could change everything. New York was a strategic key to the colonies. If the British seized the colony, they could cut New England off from the rest of America. And Congress knew it. I therefore trouble you with this, Hancock wrote, requesting Dickinson's immediate attendance at Congress at 10 o'clock the next morning, stressing the need for full attendance so that they could, quote, avail ourselves of your advice and aid. While patriots were already headed to New York, there were still questions about supplies, money, and whether more men would be needed. This was escalation, and every decision would matter. And John Dickinson mattered. He was one of the most influential men in Congress, famous for letters from a farmer in Pennsylvania, and known as a cautious moderate who worried about escalation. If Congress was going to move fast, especially on military reinforcements, they needed Dickinson in the room. And this is what the Revolution often looked like in real time. Not always grand speeches or battlefield glory, but hurried letters and leaders scrambling to hold consensus as events spiraled. Dickinson did attend, but what did he do? Well, join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 13th, 1776. Your heart is pounding as you gallop toward Philadelphia. The Continental Congress begged you for your attendance, and you're trying to make it in time. The fate of the war could depend on you. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. When the Second Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia this morning, the panic from General Charles Lee's warning hadn't faded. New York was still in danger, and now Congress had to turn intelligence into action. First, the men addressed the Patriot troops already marching north. Congress resolved that the detachments traveling from Philadelphia to New York, who were actually John Dickinson's own battalion, would receive the same pay as Pennsylvania's 4 established battalions. And yes, that John Dickinson, the cautious moderate, the man that John Hancock had urgently summoned just the day before. Dickinson wasn't only advising Congress, he was leading a battalion of Philadelphia Patriots to help defend New York. Next, Congress tackled the logistical nightmare. They appointed a 3-man committee: Roger Sherman of Connecticut, James Duane of New York, and James Wilson of Pennsylvania, to figure out how to feed, supply, and fund the troops already in New York and those rushing to join them. The committee was tasked with calculating how much money was needed and how much should be advanced immediately to Colonel Dickinson for use in the field. And this was the Revolution, accelerating in real time. John Adams wrote that same day to his wife Abigail, noting that Congress had requested a battalion of Philadelphia Associators along with a regiment of New Jersey Minutemen to march to General Lee's assistance. Colonies were no longer acting alone. This was becoming a continental war effort. The British were coming, and Congress was learning how to move as one. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's 1787. You're standing in a crowded Philadelphia drawing room when Alexander Hamilton dares you to do the unthinkable. Go ahead, Hamilton says. Gently slap Washington on the shoulder next time you see him. Say, "My dear General, how happy I am to see you look so well." Hamilton offers Gouverneur Morris a fine dinner and wine for him and a dozen friends if he takes the bet. So, you take the bet. Even though Washington is aristocratic, you think that you can be just as familiar with him as any of your other friends. One night, Gouverneur Morris enters the room and he slaps Washington's shoulder. "My dear General, I am very happy to see you look so well." The room fell silent. Washington removed Morris's hand, stepped back, and fixed his eye on Morris with an angry frown until Morris retreated into the crowd. And in that moment, you understand something essential. This man is not here for familiarity. He's here for the Republic. Morris later said at the dinner provided by Hamilton, "I have won the bet, but paid dearly for it, and nothing could induce me to repeat it." Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. Well, except for today, because to understand the revolution, you have to understand George Washington. And today is President's Day. Originally created to honor George Washington's birthday on February 22nd, it was later moved to the third Monday of February, but we're going to use the occasion the way it was meant to be used, to honor the man who made all of this possible. So yes, today's episode is a little longer than 2 minutes, and that's because Washington deserves it. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now, that moment with Gouverneur Morris and Hamilton and George Washington actually happened. But Washington wasn't trying to be cold or distant or aristocratic out of vanity. He was deliberate. He understood that familiarity weakens authority, and that authority, in a fragile republic, had to be guarded carefully. You see, Washington was always thinking several moves ahead. He knew how easily revolutions collapse into chaos, how quickly military power turns into political power, and how tempting it is for a man at the center of it all to keep going, which is why one of the most important battles of the American Revolution wasn't actually fought on a battlefield. In 1783, as the war wound down, some in the Continental Army was angry. Officers hadn't been paid, promises from Congress seemed to be evaporating. Some began to talk, quietly at first, about marching on Philadelphia and forcing Congress's hand. It was called the Newburgh Conspiracy, and it could have ended the American experiment before it ever began. It was a fragile time, to say the least, and it could squander everything that Americans had fought and paid for in blood. Washington, who had been planning to head back to his Virginia farm, caught wind of the conspiracy. He called the officers together in Newburgh, New York, and he spoke to them as a citizen. He urged patience, he appealed to honor, and then, as he attempted to read a letter aloud, he stopped. He pulled out his glasses. "Gentlemen," he said, "you must pardon me. I have not only grown gray, but almost blind in the service of my country." It was that single moment that ended the conspiracy. Hardened officers wept. The threat dissolved. Washington had chosen the Republic over himself, and his fellow officers and soldiers were immediately humbled that even Washington had sacrificed too. They may have lost pay that they earned, but Washington also lost stuff too, like his eyesight. It was moments like this that set Washington aside as a statesman. On December 4th, 1783, 9 days after the British evacuated New York City, Washington gathered his remaining officers in the long room at Fraunces' Tavern. This wasn't a public ceremony, it was just about 30 men who had endured years of war together. Washington raised his glass in this very room you're seeing on your screen, and he said, "With a heart full of love and gratitude, I now take leave of you." He invited each officer forward, one by one. General Henry Knox, who we just learned about a few weeks ago, approached first. The two men embraced and wept openly. Others followed suit, shaking hands, embracing, struggling to speak. Washington himself was overcome with emotion. Afterward, his officers accompanied him to the waterfront and watched as he crossed the Hudson River on his way to Annapolis to resign his commission to Congress. On December 23rd, 1783, George Washington formally resigned his commission to Congress. In other words, he gave his power back. When King George III heard this, he reportedly said, "If Washington does that, he will be the greatest man in the world." And history proved King George III right. Washington voluntarily relinquishing his power after victory reinforced the Republican ideals of the Revolution. It was a government of, by, and for the people. Washington returned to Mount Vernon, and he wanted to stay there. He spoke often of his farm, of his land, of his desire to return to private life. But when his country called again, he answered. At a time of bitter divide, Washington's presence at the Constitutional Convention gave the new Constitution legitimacy when it desperately needed it. Americans trusted Washington. If he believed that this framework was worth defending, many believed that that was reason enough to get behind it. And when Washington became the first president at a time with no term limits, no precedent, and every opportunity to rule for life, he stepped down after 2 terms. Not because he had to, because he believed the office was bigger than the man, and that was George Washington's true genius. Not ambition, not power, but restraint. And it is this self-discipline and restraint that makes him one of the great statesmen, if not the greatest, of our time. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence in under 2 minutes. Because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 17th, 1776. Troops are marching to New York. Washington's army is stationed in Cambridge, waiting to strike on Boston. Muskets are firing. But Congress is staring at a big problem. They're running out of money, and they don't actually have any power to raise any. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By this morning, the Second Continental Congress knew something had to change. The war effort was accelerating, but Congress had no treasury, no system to raise money. It could only ask the colonies for money, and those requests could be delayed or only partially met. And with volunteers leaving the military faster than replacements could arrive, in part due to the financial burden of serving with little to no pay, and with the war efforts growing larger, Congress had to do something, well, revolutionary. They created a standing committee to superintend the Treasury, one of the first permanent administrative bodies of the new national government. The 5 men appointed, James Duane, Thomas Nelson, Elbridge Gerry, Richard Smith, and Thomas Willing, had critical roles: oversee accounts, audit spending, settle claims, and report regularly to Congress. This mattered because Congress was printing money at a staggering pace. Paper bills, called Continentals, were funding the war, including another massive emission authorized right around this time. Debt was piling up, and without oversight, chaos was a real threat. The new committee brought order. They tracked dollars advanced to officers. They audited military expenses. They created procedures. And slowly, they began turning a revolutionary movement into something resembling a functioning government. Because without pay, the army would melt away. Without credit, suppliers would disappear. And without some show of financial responsibility, future foreign allies would never lend a dime. You see, winning independence required more than courage. It required bookkeeping. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 18th, 1776. You're staying in Philadelphia, serving as a member of the Continental Congress from Virginia. Things are relatively calm, for now. But in just a few years' time, you'll lose your fortune, and maybe even your home, fighting in the revolution that you signed on to. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Thomas Nelson Jr. was born in Yorktown, Virginia in 1738 and was a wealthy planter and merchant who was active in the Revolutionary cause. In 1774, he personally funded supplies for Boston and staged Virginia's own Yorktown Tea Party. Nelson would later introduce the historic resolution in the Virginia Convention urging Congress to declare full independence, which we'll talk about in May. Nelson later signed the Declaration of Independence, but that's not all he did. Commissioned Brigadier General of Virginia Militia, Congress didn't have the needed money. Nelson, at his own expense, raised, outfitted, and trained a unit, then marched that unit 300 miles north to join the Continental Army at Philadelphia. When the state could not reimburse the planters who loaned money for supplies, Nelson publicly pledged his own lands and fortune as collateral. In 1780, during the British invasion of Virginia, when promised munitions and food failed to arrive, he simply paid for them himself. Congress and Virginia never repaid him, and the war left him financially ruined. In June of 1781, he became governor of Virginia just as British forces under Cornwallis invaded. At the siege of Yorktown that October, Nelson commanded the Virginia militia alongside Washington and Rochambeau. According to legend, when he learned the British were using his own Yorktown mansion as a headquarters, he pointed it out to American and French artillery and urged them to fire on it. After the British surrender, Nelson resigned as governor, his health and fortune shattered. He died at age 50 on January 4, 1789, in debt and reportedly broken by the personal cost of victory. A doctor who treated him later said it was despair that likely caused Nelson's death rather than disease. I attended him in his last illness and saw that the exquisite tortures of the mind were the disease that destroyed his body. Few signers sacrificed more in blood, treasure, and home for American independence than Thomas Nelson Jr. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 19th, 1776. You're a member of the New Jersey Provincial Congress and the Committee of Safety. You and your fellow members are growing frustrated. Many are hesitating on full independence. But you know what needs to be done, and you'll nearly sacrifice your own 2 sons to make independence a reality. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Abraham Clark was born in Elizabethtown, New Jersey in 1726, a lawyer and advocate for the average man. He was called the poor man's lawyer because he helped ordinary people with land disputes and legal issues without charging high fees. In June of 1776, when New Jersey's original delegates hesitated on independence, the Provincial Congress replaced them with Clark and several others. He arrived in Philadelphia just in time to vote for and sign the Declaration of Independence. At least 3 of Clark's sons, Aaron, Thomas, and Andrew, served as officers in the New Jersey militia and Continental Army. But both Aaron and Thomas were captured by the British and imprisoned on the infamous HMS Jersey, a rotting prison ship anchored in New York's harbor. These prison ships were notoriously hellish. Overcrowded, disease-ridden hulks where captured American soldiers and sailors endured starvation, filth, brutal treatment, and rampant typhus. Thousands died, over 11,000 total across the fleet, more American deaths than in all battles combined. The British, aware of Clark's signer status, subjected his sons to especially harsh conditions to pressure him. Thomas, a captain of artillery, was reportedly thrown into solitary confinement in the ship's dungeon, receiving food only pushed through a keyhole by fellow prisoners. The captors offered to release both sons if Clark would renounce his support for independence and defect to the Loyalist side. But Clark refused, prioritizing principle over family. He didn't even mention their plight to Congress initially, refusing to use his position for personal gain. Only when fellow delegates learned of Thomas's dungeon treatment did Congress threaten retaliation against a British officer, prompting his release from solitary confinement, though both sons remained imprisoned until a general prisoner exchange later in the war. Both Aaron and Thomas survived the ordeal and were eventually released, though scarred by the experience. The mental anguish for Clark was immense, and he suffered lasting distress from the episode. But Clark's story is a reminder that the founders were willing to risk it all, including their own children. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 20th, 1776. For weeks, Patriot leaders across the colony have been tracking a dangerous plan. The Crown believes that North Carolina is weak, divided, full of loyalists just waiting to rise. All Britain needs is time, and that assumption is about to be tested. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Back in January, the colony's exiled royal governor, Josiah Martin, called on loyalists to arm from a ship off Cape Fear. He promised protection and royal favor if they would seize Wilmington and hold it until British reinforcements arrived. By mid-February, about 1,600 loyalists, many of them Scottish Highlanders, gathered at Cross Creek. But the Patriots were already on the move. Patriot Colonel James Moore positioned his force at Rockfish Creek, blocking the most direct route to the coast, while militia and Continentals dug in. On the night of February 18th, Loyalist commander Donald MacDonald slipped past Moore using decoy campfires, then crossed the Cape Fear River and destroyed the boats behind him. It looked bold, but by February 20th, it was clear. The Loyalists weren't escaping. They were being corralled. Moore held his position, and from the east, Colonel Richard Caswell was marching hard from New Bern with 800 men racing to cut off the remaining river crossings. Even the exchange of letters showed who really had the upper hand. MacDonald demanded Patriots submit to the king, and Moore's reply was firm and unmistakable. His duty was to defend American liberties, and he would not yield. This was Britain's first major attempt to turn a supposed loyalist strength into victory. And if it worked, North Carolina would become a royal stronghold, and the southern colonies might follow suit. But what was unfolding instead was something far more dangerous to the crown. Local patriots coordinating across long distances, militia and Continentals operating together. As of tonight, the Loyalists are marching toward Wilmington, but the Patriots are already waiting. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 23rd, 1776. Snow is falling as you ride through the Massachusetts countryside. You spot a farmhouse with a candle flickering in the window. You knock on the door. A woman answers. "May I help you?" She asks. "Is your husband home? Or perhaps your son?" "Why?" she responds. You lower your eyes and sigh, knowing what you're about to ask. You're on orders from George Washington to go recruit able-bodied men to soon seize Boston, a move that could be a death sentence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Washington issued an order on February 21st instructing officers from each incomplete company to go into the countryside and recruit men and arms. Now remember, the Army was struggling with enlistments. Many men had left their posts with their enlistments expiring on December 31st, something Washington attributed to the cause of death of Richard Montgomery. The pay was little, if any, the conditions harsh, and order was lacking. Washington was also desperate for help from Congress with arms, writing in a letter to John Hancock that they needed gunpowder. The militia were, quote, coming in without ammunition, he wrote, something that could prove fatal if the enemy struck. Just one day before his birthday, Washington urged his officers in his February 21st letter to use their best endeavor to get what good arms they can. The recruiting in the camp, Washington wrote, is also to be continued. Washington expressly forbid his officers from enlisting young boys, old men, even slaves. For Washington, building an army was crucial. There would be no way he could take Dorchester Heights to end the siege of Boston without enough men. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 24th, 1776. You're trudging up a hill to your post in Cambridge. The wind blowing across the frozen Charles River stings your face. You're a young soldier from Gageboro, Massachusetts, a private in the Continental Army that is encircling Boston under Washington's command. And, in just a few weeks' time, the same spot that you're standing in now will soon be under fire from the British. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Private Obadiah Brown is stationed at Leckmere Point. Writing in his diary on February 24th, I was on Leckmore Guard. Leckmore Point juts into the river northwest of Boston, a low, exposed spit of land fortified with earthworks and redoubts. By late February, these defenses are nearly complete, thick mounds of dirt up to 17 feet high in places, shielding trenches from British cannon fire. It's one of the closest American positions to the enemy. From here, patriots can spot redcoat movements in the city, watch ships in the harbor, or listen for the crunch of ice if the British try another raid, as they did this previous November, stealing cattle but losing men in the skirmish. Brown stands his watch, likely a 2 or 4 hour shift, musket loaded, eyes scanning the gray horizon toward Boston's steeples. No glory today, just the ache of the cold feet, the boredom of staring at nothing. These guards are the Army's eyes and ears. If British barges cross the river or troops mass for a breakout, Brown's shout would rouse the camps. While General George Washington pores over maps and awaits more men and munitions, men like Brown hold the line, and in just over a week, artillery from Leckmore Point will join the opening bombardment that forces the British hand as they try to hold on to Boston. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 25th, 1776. A private resting in his tent moans out in pain. The infection in his leg is growing deadly, and his treatment isn't working. George Washington can't take the agonizing sounds, so he's going to take matters into his own hands. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On February 25th, George Washington issued general orders ordering a full examination of every Army surgeon. It being a matter of too much importance to entrust the wounds and lives of officers and soldiers to unskillful surgeons, Washington wrote, he demanded that the Director General and hospital surgeons immediately test the entire medical staff and certify only those who actually qualified. With disease and infection already killing more men than bullets, Washington had to ensure that opportunists or unqualified hires wouldn't add to the death total. Washington needed every soldier he could get. And on that same day, something even more daring was finalized: a secret contingency plan. A plan for attacking Boston. 4 of Washington's most experienced generals, Israel Putnam, John Sullivan, Nathaniel Greene, and Horatio Gates, handed Washington a plan that they had been refining for days. If the British tried to retake Dorchester Heights, Washington was ready to launch a full-scale assault straight into Boston itself. Signals would fly from the Roxbury Meeting House steeple. 1 flag, British embarking; 2, landing at Dorchester; and 3, the British were retreating. Under the plan, 4,000 hand-picked soldiers would row across the Charles River under enemy cannon fire. Half would storm Beacon Hill, the other half would smash through Boston Neck. Meanwhile, floating batteries would blast the shoreline. It was, according to one general, a suicide mission, 1.5 miles under British guns. Now, the plan was never actually used, and in just a week's time, which we will talk about, American forces would silently fortify Dorchester Heights using Henry Knox's Ticonderoga cannons that we talked about. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 26, 1776. You're a British general staring out into the distance at low hills just south of Boston, which is where you're stationed. You know you should have taken those hills, known as Dorchester Heights, back in December, but you never did, and that will cost your country. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. So we have been talking a lot about Dorchester Heights, and in just a few days' time in 1776, those heights will change the trajectory of the siege on Boston. General George Washington and his Continental Army are locked in this tense siege. The British, thousands of redcoats under General William Howe, are trapped in the city, but they're still firmly in control of Boston proper and the harbor. Washington's men surround them on land from Cambridge to Roxbury, but they can't break the deadlock. Powder is scarce, morale is tested by the brutal winter, and a direct attack across the frozen Charles River would be disastrous. But heavy cannons have just arrived. The famous Noble Train of Artillery, hauled 300 miles from Fort Ticonderoga by Colonel Henry Knox and his team through snow, ice, and impossible trails, has now arrived at camp, ready to be used. Officers are huddled in councils of war, debating the next move. Lieutenant Colonel Rufus Putnam, a cousin of Israel Putnam, who we just spoke about this week, pointed to one spot that could change everything: Dorchester Heights. Those low hills south of Boston rise just over 100 feet, but they're key to ending the siege. Place some cannons there, and British ships become sitting ducks. The redcoats might have to evacuate or risk being bombarded out, and the British know it too. They planned to take the heights themselves back in 1775 after Bunker Hill, but they never got around to it. That oversight will cost them dearly. On February 16th, Washington's council decides that they will seize and fortify Dorchester Heights. Throughout late February, plans take shape fast. Hay bales will muffle wagon wheels, diversionary fire from Cambridge will cover the noise, and troops under General John Thomas are picked, powder is stockpiled, and the move is set. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's February 27th, 1776. You're crouched behind fresh earthworks and you squint your eyes. Suddenly, you see it. A Scottish loyalist slowly moving through the trees. You fire off a single warning shot, and he screams. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. And on this day, finally, Patriots win the Battle of Moores Creek Bridge. 1,000 Patriot militia, North Carolina boys under Colonels Richard Coswell and Alexander Lillington, crouched behind fresh earthworks on the east bank. They spent the night tearing the planks off the narrow Moores Creek Bridge, greasing the bare stringers slick with soap and tallow. 2 small cannons, Mother Covington and her daughter, are loaded and perched. By dawn, the Scottish Highlanders, now just about 800 strong, appear through the trees. They spot what looks like an abandoned Patriot camp. A rebel fires off a single warning shot, sending the Scots charging toward the militia. They hit the slippery logs, and men slip. Some splash right into the creek, even drowning. The ones who do make it across charge straight into a wall of musket fire and cannon blasts at 30 paces. And it only took 3 minutes for the Patriot forces to crush the Royal Army. One Loyalist commander is cut down, later counted with 24 musket balls. Captain John Campbell falls beside. 30 Loyalists lie dead in the mud and water, and another 40 are wounded. The rest break and run. The Patriots only lose one hero, John Grady of Duplin County. Another is wounded. And in the days that followed, Patriots arrest another few hundred Loyalists that had fled. This lightning victory shattered royal power in North Carolina forever. And 2 months later, on April 12th, the colony became the first to instruct its delegates to vote for full independence. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 2nd, 1776. The ground beneath your boots is iron hard with frost. Boston sits across the water. British warships creak in the harbor, and for months, nothing has moved. And then, thunder. A cannon roars from the frozen earth at Leckmere's Point. Another answers from Cobble Hill. Then Lamb's Dam. Mortars light up the night sky. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, the end of the Siege of Boston is beginning. For nearly a year, General George Washington has bottled up British forces under General William Howe inside Boston. The Continental Army can't afford a frontal assault. Too little powder, too few trained men. So Washington has waited. And while he waited, he planned. Just a few weeks back, Colonel Henry Knox hauled heavy cannon and artillery from Fort Ticonderoga across frozen rivers and mountains. Now, in early March, the ground is frozen solid, perfect for placing artillery without sinking into the mud. All day on March 2nd, Patriot troops quietly prepare. Cannons and mortars are positioned at Leckmere Point, Cobble Hill, and Lamb's Dam. That evening, Washington gives the order. General William Heath, a Massachusetts militia officer commanding troops during the siege of Boston, wrote in his diary for March 2nd, quote, "In the evening, our batteries opened a cannonade and bombardment on the enemy from Lamb's Dam, Cobble Hill, and Leckmere's Point. 2 13-inch mortars burst at Leckmere's Point. The house of Mr. Walter on Roxbury Neck was set on fire by a carcass from the enemy and burned down. The cannonade continued into the morning. The bombardment rages through the night and then resumes intermittently through March 4th. Buildings are damaged, British operations disrupted. Casualties are light, likely fewer than a dozen killed or wounded for both sides. But that was never the point. The cannon fire is a diversion. While the British focus on the noise, on the flashes, on the bombardment from the north, Washington is planning to make his real move to officially end the siege of Boston. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 3rd, 1776. The Savannah River is calm. Rice boats sit heavy in the water. Thousands of barrels of food, enough to feed an army. And Boston is starving. The British think that these boats are the solution. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. British General William Howe, trapped up in Boston, had recently dispatched a small naval squadron under Captain Andrew Barclay to raid rice shipments along the Georgia coast. On March 1st, Barclay's fleet entered the Savannah River. Their target was a cluster of merchant ships loaded with rice anchored near Hutchinson Island, just upstream from Savannah. But Georgia patriots weren't about to let the British steal their goods. When the British attempted to seize the rice boats, Americans opened fire from a bluff overlooking the river. The patriots, armed with just a single cannon and other small arms, fought off the British. And if you remember, much like patriots did on January 1st in Norfolk, Virginia, Americans decided to set fire to several rice boats in order to deny the enemy all the supplies. The flames and smoke created chaos, forcing some British ships to ground or retreat, and by March 3rd, after sporadic exchanges, Barclay's force withdrew downriver, having captured only a few vessels and minimal rice, far short of their needs. The battle was a tactical victory for the Patriots, boosting Georgia's resistance and preventing a major resupply of British troops up in the north. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 4th, 1776. For 2 days, you've been bombarding Boston with cannon fire, but tonight, you have a different task. You're about to fortify the hills that the British planned on fortifying, but forgot to. And it's oversight that will cost them everything. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now, if you recall, just last week, we discussed the British blunder of December 1775. That is, the British never got around to fortifying Dorchester Heights, high ground that would dictate control of Boston in the long term. While the British were too busy lollygagging, George Washington was planning. As Washington's troops bombarded Boston with cannon fire for the second day, other Continental troops were moving silently to occupy Dorchester Heights. Under the cloak of darkness, American batteries in Cambridge and Roxbury resumed heavy cannon fire as cover, while more than 2,000 troops moved silently to avoid detection. They hauled cannons, about 20 which came from Fort Ticonderoga, tools, and other materials up those heights. 2 main forts were built overnight, one on the northerly hill and a larger one on the higher southern hill, plus smaller batteries on flanks. Hay bales muffled cartwheels. The frozen ground aided transport, but it also required creative building. Continental Army Lieutenant Isaac Bangs wrote in his journal that he was, quote, surprised to find the vast works that had been carried on in so little time. He endured a cold night under an apple tree, later writing, what I suffered this night, I shall ever bear in mind. By dawn on March 5th, the works were nearly complete. 2 redoubts facing Boston and Castle Island, with artillery in place staring down at the British. The speed was astonishing. One British officer described the speed as rivaling the genie belonging to Aladdin's wonderful lamp. At dawn, British forces awoke to the fortifications and cannons aimed right at them. Howe wanted to attack, but something stopped him. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 5th, 1776. Remember the bloody massacre, George Washington tells his troops. 6 years ago today, British troops opened fire on a crowd of colonists, killing 5 and wounding 6 others. It was known as the Boston Massacre. The Patriots hadn't forgotten about that deadly day, and today, they would have their revenge. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. British General William Howe and his officers awoke to the sight of American fortifications on Dorchester Heights, two redoubts armed with heavy cannons from Fort Ticonderoga overlooking Boston and its harbor. The works had been constructed secretly overnight by more than 2,000 American troops and workers under General John Thomas, using prefabricated materials to overcome the frozen ground. British observers were stunned. One officer reportedly compared the rapid construction to the work of the genie belonging to Aladdin's wonderful lamp, highlighting the surprise and perceived impossibility of the feat. One admiral warns Howe that the American guns threatened the British fleet, making the position indefensible if not addressed. Howe immediately decided to launch a counterattack to dislodge the Americans. He ordered preparations for an assault, assembling around 2,000 to 3,000 troops to land by boat and storm the heights, reminiscent of the costly Battle of Bunker Hill the previous June. The plan involved ferrying soldiers across the harbor under cover of British ship fire, with the attack set for late afternoon or evening. However, a severe storm struck in the afternoon, thwarting the operation. Described as a storm of epic proportions, with high winds, heavy rain turning to snow, and rough seas, it grounded boats, it made troop movements impossible, and it drove British vessels ashore. By evening, the attack was called off, and Howe shifted to planning an evacuation of Boston to avoid further bombardment. Meanwhile, American artillery from Dorchester Heights and other positions began, or continued, shelling British lines in Boston, with reports of effective fire. The British responded with a 2-hour cannonade, but their guns could not elevate enough to reach the high American positions effectively. The December 1775 oversight is costing the British now. Meanwhile, Washington reinforced the heights throughout the day, with troops digging in and preparing for a possible British attack. Morale was high among the patriots, who viewed the fortifications as a bold success, and who remembered March 5th, 1770. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 6, 1776. You successfully took over key high ground in a daring feat, destroying any chance the British may have had to maintain hold of Boston. So, today, you order your men to do the most important thing: thank the Lord. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. At his headquarters in Cambridge, George Washington issued general orders instructing his men to observe the day of fast, prayer, and humiliation that was set for March 7th. He wrote, "Thursday of the 7th instant, being set apart by the Honorable, the legislature of this province, as a day of fasting, prayer, and humiliation, to implore the Lord and Giver of all victory, to pardon our manifold sins and wickednesses, and that it would please him to bless the Continental arms with his divine favor and protection. All officers and soldiers are strictly enjoined to pay all due reverence and attention on that day to the sacred duties due to the Lord of Hosts for his mercies already received." Washington acknowledged recent mercies are gifts from God and insisted that only holiness and uprightness of life could secure future blessings. This meant no regular military duties or labor were possible, though, in a besieged army, some guard and fortification work likely continued, but minimally. Soldiers and officers were to focus on religious observance, including prayer, reflection on sins, and supplication for God's favor on the American cause, specifically victory and protection for the Continental forces. Now, of course, this wasn't necessarily surprising. The founders always looked to Providence as not only their justification for the revolution, but for the protection they needed to complete the job. Throughout the war, Washington repeatedly invoked Providence, the superintending hand guiding events, the supreme being in whose hands victory rested. He believed faith was the true foundation of liberty. He urged his men to live as Christian soldiers, defending sacred, God-given rights. America's fight for freedom was fueled not just by the courage of the cannons, but by a profound reliance on faith in a just and merciful God. Such proclamations were common in the era. The Continental Congress would later issue a similar national call, like the one on May 17, 1776, which Washington did enforce, but this March 7th observance was specific to Massachusetts. It reflected the deep religious dimension of the revolutionary struggle. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 9th, 1776. You think you've just fortified yet another key position outside of Boston, so you sit down and set up a campfire to keep warm through the night. And tomorrow, you plan on telling General Washington about the feat. But you won't see tomorrow, because the campfire you just lit has alerted the British to your position. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Patriots spent the week fortifying Dorchester Heights, successfully placing the British in Boston under direct threat. But in an attempt to extend their advantage, Patriot forces decided to try and fortify the lower-lying Nooks Hill, sometimes called Foster's Hill or Nukes Hill. This hill was only about a half-mile across the water from Boston, but would give the Patriots even better positions to bombard British lines, shipping, and the town itself. On the evening of March 9th, a detachment of Continental troops under orders related to Brigadier General John Thomas moved towards Nooks Hill to prepare fortifications and scope out the area. But with the chilled wind blowing, a group of soldiers lit a small fire to keep warm before starting the work, and the British spotted the smoke. The British responded with a heavy, sustained artillery barrage from positions in Boston. The cannonade roared all night, involving cannons and mortars. And one British cannonball struck and killed 4 American soldiers who were standing around the fire. All of them died instantly. No other major damage or losses were reported on either side, but the bombardment was intense and largely ineffective beyond the single tragic hit. Full fortification was postponed, and Washington instead focused on strengthening the main Dorchester Heights position. The overall pressure from those heights, combined with a storm that had earlier thwarted a planned British counterattack, had convinced General William Howe that holding Boston was untenable. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 10th, 1776. You're lighting a fire when suddenly a group of British soldiers burst into your home. You know what they're here for. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. After George Washington successfully fortified Dorchester Heights, British Commander Major General William Howe realized that evacuation was inevitable. On March 10, 1776, he issued a public proclamation to the remaining inhabitants of Boston, who were mostly loyalist, to prevent valuable supplies from falling into Patriot hands. The order declared, as linen and woolen goods are articles much wanted by the rebels, and would aid and assist them in their rebellion, the Commander-in-Chief expects that all good subjects will use their utmost endeavors to have all such articles conveyed from this place. Residents were told to remove and hand over blankets, clothing, and other linen or woolen items that could support the Continental Army. Those unable to transport their own goods could deliver them to Loyalist Crean Brush aboard the ship Minerva at Hubbard's Wharf. Brush would issue certificates promising return, and anyone caught hiding such items would be treated as a favorer of the rebels. But this proclamation led to forced collections and raids. One Boston resident, likely a merchant or shop owner, reported that a party led by Brush or his men took goods worth 2,260 pounds in linens, checks, and woolens. The group acted very insolently and with great rapacity, forcibly removing items despite resistance. Another account describes Brush threatening resistors with bayonets, saying if anyone interrupted, they would thrust their bayonets into such a person. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 11th, 1776. A colonel in the Continental Army walks over to you. "How tall are you?" he asks. "5'10", you respond. He motions for you to follow him. You're about to become part of what is thought of as the first Secret Service. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. In the final days of the Siege of Boston, Washington recognized the need for dedicated personal protection as the Continental Army prepared to move south toward New York City. Washington understood that after his success in Boston, his headquarters, official papers, military funds, and even himself would be prime targets for British raids or spies. On March 11, 1776, from his Cambridge headquarters, Washington issued general orders directing each regiment's colonel, excluding artillery and rifle units, to select 4 exemplary men, 1 sergeant and 3 privates, to form his elite bodyguard. Criteria were strict. Men had to be sober, honest, well-behaved, clean, spruce in appearance, and physically impressive between 5'8" and 5'10", handsomely and well-made. The selected soldiers, initially about 50 to 60, reported the next day for organization. Captain Caleb Gibbs, a capable officer from Marblehead, Massachusetts, was appointed commander, with Washington's nephew, George Lewis, as lieutenant. The unit, officially the Commander-in-Chief's Guard, guarded Washington's person, baggage, papers, and the Army's money chest throughout the war. They adopted the motto, "Conquer or Die," on their flag and served in major campaigns, crossing the Delaware at Trenton in 1776, Princeton, Monmouth, and Yorktown in 1781. The Guard grew over time to around 180 by 1778, with representation from every state, and it functioned like an early Secret Service detail. It was an honor to serve, and the men took great pride in their proximity to the Commander-in-Chief. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 12, 1776. You pick up a local Baltimore newspaper and see a public newspaper notice thanking you for your service. You smile and adjust your corset. Finally, some real recognition. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. A public notice appeared in local Baltimore newspapers acknowledging and honoring the vital contributions of women to the Patriot cause. It recognized their sacrifices both on and off the battlefield and appealed directly to them for practical support in caring for the wounded. The notice read, "The necessity of taking all imaginable care of those who may happen to be wounded in the country's cause urges us to address our humane ladies to lend us their kind assistance in furnishing us with linen rags and old sheeting for bandages." This call highlighted women's essential role in the war effort. They often served as nurses, camp followers, and suppliers of medical necessities like homemade bandages, which were torn from household linens or old sheets, as cloth was quite scarce. It was a small but meaningful grassroots moment in Maryland, showing how the revolution mobilized civilians, including women, in every colony. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 13th, 1776. You're standing in your bedroom at your estate in Princeton, New Jersey, looking out the window. Things are relatively calm, but in just a few months' time, you'll be dragged out of that very same room in the dead of night by a group of loyalists who plan on turning you into the British, all because you signed the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Richard Stockton was born in 1730 near Princeton, New Jersey. He studied at what would later become Princeton, then the College of New Jersey, trained in law, and built a successful career, serving as a judge, trustee of the college, and even turning down offers like Chief Justice of New Jersey because he preferred to focus on the bigger fight brewing for independence. Now, Stockton wasn't initially gung-ho for independence. He was quite hesitant at first about rushing into a full break from Britain, though he was later swayed by John Adams' powerful arguments in Congress. He later called Adams the Atlas of the Hour for independence. Elected to the Second Continental Congress in 1776, he became the first New Jerseyan to sign the Declaration of Independence. But his commitment to freedom came at a steep price. In late November of 1776, as British forces advanced into New Jersey, Loyalists raided his home in the dead of night. Dragged from his bed in just his nightshirt and breeches, he was marched through freezing weather to British custody. Eventually imprisoned in New York City, Stockton endured brutal treatment. He was reportedly put in irons, starved for periods of time, and subjected to harsh conditions that nearly killed him. He was the only signer documented as being treated this severely with irons and near starvation. Under extreme duress, he signed a parole oath recounting his stance to gain release after about 6 weeks, but he later reaffirmed his patriot loyalty. The entire ordeal ruined his fortune. His estate was plundered, his home badly damaged, and it left him in chronic pain. He slowly recovered over the next couple of years, but cancer eventually took hold, and he died on February 28, 1781, at age 50, never seeing America's victory at Yorktown later that year. Stockton's story is a stark reminder of the personal risks behind those famous signatures. A prosperous, respected man who could have stayed loyal, but he chose principle over comfort, and for that, he paid dearly. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 16th, 1776. This administration is vindictive and insidious, you bellow to the Continental Congress. Only Providence can save you, you warn. And with that, your resolution gets passed. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Amid escalating tensions in Boston, the Second Continental Congress, meeting in Philadelphia, unanimously passed a resolution proposed by William Livingston, designating Friday, May 17, 1776, as a national day of humiliation, fasting, and prayer across all the colonies. The delegates, deeply influenced by the era's Protestant ethos, sought divine intervention at a critical juncture. The resolution's preamble explicitly cited the, quote, impending calamity and distress facing the colonies, with their liberties imminently endangered by the secret machinations and open assaults of an insidious and vindictive administration, a direct reference to the British Crown and Parliament under King George III. Congress highlighted the warlike preparations of the British ministry aimed at subverting American rights through fire and sword, alliances with savages of the wilderness, likely referring to Native American tribes, and even inciting, quote, our own domestics, likely a reference to enslaved persons, in order to get them to rebel against the colonists. This language reflected fear stoked by events like the Boston Port Act, the ongoing but soon-to-be-over siege of Boston, and Britain's broader strategy to crush the rebellion, including Lord Dunmore's proclamation in Virginia offering freedom to slaves who joined the British side. By calling for collective repentance, confession of sins, and supplication for God's aid to frustrate the cruel purposes of our unnatural enemies and avert further effusion of kindred blood, Congress aimed to unify the colonies spiritually, boost morale, and frame their struggle as a righteous, providential quest for freedom, virtue, and posterity. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 17th, 1776. You're awakened at 4 in the morning to loud bangs on your door. Gather your belongings. We must evacuate the city now, screams a British officer. You know you have to evacuate with the troops. After being harassed by Patriot ladies just weeks prior, you can't risk staying in another Patriot-controlled town. And Washington is on the move. So, you wake your 8 children and your husband. You need to make it to the Duddon before the ship leaves without you. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. After George Washington successfully fortified Dorchester Heights just days earlier, a stunned British army realized they could not stay in Boston without significant losses. Just days earlier, General William Howe issued an order forcing the remaining Boston residents to surrender their linen and woolen goods, and in the following days, the British would barricade the streets of Boston, dump unused cannons into the harbor, and destroy their own fortifications to deny the Patriots any resources after the British evacuated. On March 17th, the British assembled a fleet of more than 100 ships for troop and the few hundred loyalists who joined the evacuation, including the McKinstries, the family we opened today's episode with. Those McKinstries were my 6th great-grandparents. But don't worry, folks, the Patriot line of the Lymans is strong. I have 3 direct Patriot fighters and relations to John Adams and Lyman Hall. Anyways, the British would abandon the city, and Washington would later enter Boston on this day after fighting for nearly a year to end the siege. Washington had done the impossible. He forced the greatest navy and military in the world to go running for the hills. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 18th, 1776. Have you had smallpox? An officer asks you. Yes, you say, cautiously. Okay, you're going into Boston. You clean up your tent and head down Dorchester Heights toward Boston. The first time you'll enter the city in months, because the British are gone. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On March 18th, George Washington ordered his troops into Boston. He sent some to Bunker Hill, the site of a bloody battle last year, and others into the city itself. Only soldiers who had already had smallpox or were immune were allowed into Boston due to fears of a deliberate outbreak left behind by the British. Smallpox was rampant, and the British had used inoculation practices that sometimes spread the disease. The Americans entered Boston carefully, checking for booby traps, mines, or fires. The British had previously threatened to burn the city if harassed, but ultimately they left it intact under an informal truce. The Patriots found the city largely undamaged but stripped of most valuables, but they did abandon over 250 pieces of artillery, including cannons and mortars, which the Patriots quickly claimed to bolster their arsenal. From his headquarters in Cambridge, Washington expressed satisfaction but urgency in letters and general orders. He congratulated his troops on the bloodless triumph which had forced the British out without a costly assault, but he also began planning the next phase, redeploying much of the Continental Army southward to defend New York City, anticipating that Howe would target it as the next major British objective. Washington suspected, correctly, that the British fleet hadn't gone far. It might return or strike elsewhere. The occupation secured Boston as a Patriot stronghold, the first major city liberated from British control. It boosted morale across the colonies, and it freed up resources and troops for other fronts. It also prevented Britain from using Boston as a northern base and demonstrated the effectiveness of Washington's strategy, especially the fortification of Dorchester Heights. Congress would later award Washington with a gold medal for the campaign. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 19th, 1776. You step outside your shop in Boston and look around. It's quiet. Too quiet. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Roe was a merchant who lived in Boston and did not evacuate the city. While likely not a hardline patriot, he probably had some patriot affections, considering that just days earlier, his store had been ransacked by the British ahead of their evacuation of the city. In a diary entry dated from March 19th, Roe detailed that the weather was good and numbers of people belonging to Boston are daily coming in. General Washington and his retinue were in town yesterday. I did not hear of it, otherwise should have paid my respects and waited on him. I dined at home, Roe wrote. The numbers of people returning likely referred to patriots who fled the siege but were now trickling back into the city, returning to homes and businesses that they left behind. Roe expressed regret that he did not pay his respects to General Washington for entering the town, showing how even moderates like him wanted to engage with the new American leadership. Roe also described how the British continued their tactics despite evacuating the city. On the afternoon of the 19th, they burnt the blockhouse at the castle, which was Castle Island in Boston Harbor, a key fortification. Meanwhile, Continental troops were actively throwing up a battery in Fort Hill to secure positions, according to Roe. And despite it all, March 19, 1776 probably felt like the first normal day in many months for many Bostonians. Quiet streets, family dinners, people coming home. All the while, distant smoke from burning British fortifications reminded everyone the war was far from over. It just relocated elsewhere. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 20th, 1776. You stop at a local print shop and pick up a copy of the Constitutional Gazette. Royal Governor William Tryon, who had earlier fled Manhattan to rule from a ship docked in the harbor out of fear of patriots, issued a public plea in a desperate attempt to rally support for the crown as news of the British evacuation of Boston was fueling momentum among patriot forces in the city. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Tryon, who exiled on the ship for safety, lamented the prejudice, delusion, and faction dividing the colony while promising British protection and clemency to those who remain loyal. Notwithstanding prejudice, delusion, and faction have hitherto, among too many, usurped the seat of reason and reflection, and every exhortation I have offered to the inhabitants of this province, in whose affection I have been taught to be happy, has been reviled and treated with neglect. Yet, as my wishes for their prosperity and feelings for their calamities cannot easily be suppressed even towards the disobedience, I cannot but repeat my endeavors to recall those who have revolted from their allegiance to a sense of their duty, and to comfort those who have been the objects of oppression for their zealous attachment to our happy Constitution and their steady obedience to the sovereignty of the British Empire. Tryon pleaded for colonists to remain loyal to the king in a desperate attempt to stem the tide, but it backfired spectacularly. Just 2 days later, on March 22nd, patriots in New York City responded by publicly burning an effigy of Tryon in the streets, mocking him and underscoring the growing patriot dominance. But New York City would be a harder nut for the patriots to crack in coming months. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 23rd, 1776. You're talking to members of the Second Continental Congress meeting in Philadelphia, reminding them that the Crown has banned all trade with the colonies, has burnt colonial towns, and is waging an unjust war. Your fellow members look around and nod. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, the Second Continental Congress adopted a formal declaration and resolves authorizing privateering against Britain. The declaration opened with a long list of grievances against the Crown, something we'll see again this coming July, decrying the Crown's burning of towns and the use of British fleets and armies to prosecute an unjust war. Congress then declared it necessary to provide for the colony's defense and security, and justifiable to make reprisals. The key resolution stated, resolved, that the inhabitants of these colonies be permitted to fit out armed vessels to cruise on the enemies of these united colonies. In other words, British ships, cargoes, and property could be captured on the high seas, brought before a colonial court and be taken as a lawful prize. Now, this is very interesting, okay, because at this time, the colonies had almost no official navy, and this declaration was really directed at private captains and merchants who would get a dividend of whatever they captured. This vote turned thousands of ordinary American merchants and captains and investors into legal naval warriors overnight. Over the course of the Revolution, more than 1,000 privateer commissions were issued, hundreds of British ships were captured, and millions in prizes flowed into the American war effort, supplying gunpowder, weapons, clothing, and cash without draining the empty continental treasury. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 24th, 1776. To my surprise and disappointment, the British fleet is still in Nantasket Road, you write in a letter to John Hancock. You don't know why they're lingering near Boston in the aftermath of their evacuation, but you have a feeling it can't be good. So, you sign your letter, George Washington. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, Washington wrote a letter from his headquarters in Cambridge, Massachusetts to John Hancock, president of the Second Continental Congress that was meeting in Philadelphia. The letter, received by Congress on April 2nd, updated them on the aftermath of the British evacuation of Boston just 1 week prior. Washington expressed his surprise and disappointment that the British fleet, under General William Howe, had not yet departed the harbor despite favorable winds and weather, remaining anchored nearby without any clear purpose that he could discern. He described the British actions before leaving as demolishing Castle William, Fort Independence, by burning it down, spiking or breaking parts of cannons, rendering them mostly useless, although some could be repaired, and abandoning others. Washington also sought Congress's guidance on several practical matters, like securing heights around Boston to prevent any British return and building strong fortifications to annoy enemy fleets. The Continental Army was consolidating control, inventorying their supplies, and fortifying positions, preparing for what the British would do next, which turned out to be New York. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 25th, 1776. Resolved that the thanks of this Congress be presented to His Excellency George Washington and the officers and soldiers under his command for their wise and spirited conduct in the siege and acquisition of Boston, so holds the Second Continental Congress, and with that, they commissioned the first Congressional Gold Medal. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, Congress formally voted to present General George Washington with the thanks of the United Colonies and commissioned the first Congressional Gold Medal in his honor. The vote recognized Washington's wise and spirited conduct in the successful siege of Boston, a major strategic victory that ended British control of the city without a final battle. It boosted patriot morale, and it freed up troops for other fronts. Resolved that the thanks of this Congress, in their own name and in the name of the 13 United Colonies whom they represent, be presented to His Excellency General Washington and the officers and soldiers under his command for their wise and spirited conduct in the siege and acquisition of Boston, and that a medal of gold be struck in commemoration of this great event and presented to His Excellency, and that a committee of 3 be appointed to prepare a letter of thanks and a proper device for the medal. A committee, including John Adams, was appointed to draft the congratulatory letter and design the medal, later known as the Washington Before Boston Medal, struck in Paris years later and presented to Washington in 1790. John Hancock, as President of Congress, transmitted the thanks and resolution to Washington in a letter dated March 25, 1776. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 26, 1776. You tuck your disguise into a trunk and slide it under your bed. You and a few other patriots just attacked the British fleet yesterday, but you don't want people to know it was you. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On March 25th, a small raiding party of Creek Indians, allied with Georgia militiamen who painted their faces and wore Indian disguises, attacked 12 unarmed British Marines on Tybee Island who were gathering wood and water. The raiders were quick and captured or scattered the Marines with little resistance, but nearby British ships fired 3 broadside shots at the attackers in order to help the desperate Marines. While the objectives weren't achieved, it successfully jolted the British, who had been anchored off Tybee Island since January, and this incident contributed to British ships soon departing the Savannah Susquehanna River area. Now, the fleet was there primarily to procure rice and provisions for British forces in Boston, evacuate loyalists, and support any pro-British activity. They had already clashed with Georgia patriots in the Battle of the Rice Boats, which we talked about just a few weeks ago here, seizing about 1,600 barrels of rice from merchant ships despite Patriot resistance. By mid-March, the main British fleet had largely withdrawn, but some ships remained near Tybee, with parties of sailors, marines, and loyalists going ashore to plantations for wood, water, and other supplies. But people often forget Georgia was one of the most vulnerable colonies, being the southernmost colony. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 27th, 1776. From the moment I heard that he was seized with that fatal illness, I feared for him. But you sorrow not as those who have no hope. He lived beloved, he died lamented. Members of the Continental Congress hang their head low. They just lost a dear friend and a key delegate. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, the Continental Congress gathers for a memorial sermon to honor Samuel Ward, a prominent Rhode Island leader and a beloved patriot. Ward was an outspoken critic of the Crown, having personally helped organize the resistance against the Crown during the Stamp Act crisis, despite serving as governor. While in the Second Continental Congress, Ward served on the secret committee handling foreign supplies and intelligence and the Committee on Claims. He supported Washington's appointment and was an early proponent of building the American Navy. He worked on preparations for the war and once wrote, "Heaven save my country is my first, my last, and almost my only prayer." Ward died of smallpox on March 26, 1776, after he refused inoculation. Many contemporaries viewed his death as a significant loss. He was on track to be one of the signers. His son, Samuel Ward Jr., later served as an officer in the Continental Army, and John Adams later described him in a letter to Abigail as an amiable and sensible man, a steadfast friend to his country upon very pure principles. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 30th, 1776. You're sitting in a Philadelphia tavern, but you're a long ways from home. You're a physician from Georgia who never anticipated a political career, but your country needs you. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Lyman Hall was born in Connecticut in 1724, and, fun fact, his mother Mary Lyman is the sister of my 8th great-grandfather John Lyman Jr.'s. Anyways, Lyman Hall was trained as a physician and later moved to Georgia, where he was a doctor and a rice planter. But, as we've discussed right here, Georgia wasn't a heavy patriot colony. It actually had a lot of loyalist leanings, and Lyman Hall represented just St. John's Parish at the Continental Congress initially. But he pushed hard for independence and later signed the Declaration alongside Gwinnett and George Walton. He was one of 4 physicians to sign the Declaration and one of 3 Georgians. Hall helped provide practical support during the Revolution, securing both food and medicine for the Continental Army. But in retaliation, the British burned his plantation down, forcing him and his wife to flee. When the war ended, Hall resumed his medical practice and later served as governor of Georgia. Hall also later founded the University of Georgia after advocating strongly for public education, believing that with a moral and religious component, it would produce virtuous citizens. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 31st, 1776. Remember the ladies. You write in a note to your husband, you sign your name. Abigail. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, Abigail Adams wrote her husband, John Adams, one of the most commonly cited letters. "I long to hear that you have declared an independency. And by the way, in the new code of laws, which I suppose it will be necessary for you to make, I desire you would remember the ladies and be more generous and favorable to them than your ancestors. Do not put such unlimited power into the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could." Now, Abigail wasn't issuing a, modern-style manifesto for voting rights or upending marriage, but she was trying to make a very traditional and religious point. Husbands should govern their household with justice and generosity, not arbitrary power. She wanted better legal protections for married women, property rights, fair treatment in divorce or inheritance, but not political equality. And this reflected the 18th century conservative understanding of ordered liberty. Men and women had complementary roles, but both deserve protection under law and scripture. She says women should be regarded as beings placed by providence under your protection. Her pleas for the new American laws to be more generous and favorable than English common law ancestors, protecting wives from unchecked tyranny in the domestic sphere. The Smithsonian Magazine notes that her ask is to, quote, protect women's rights legally within marriages so that they cannot be abused by their husbands. This is not about asking for a vote. PBS's American Experience states, it is difficult to know exactly, but it is safe to say that Abigail was not a feminist in the contemporary sense, nor was she advocating women's suffrage, although many historians have ascribed that meaning to her words. Instead, Abigail Adams pushed for fairer treatment and education, but she operated within the era's understanding of complementary roles between men and women. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 1st, 1776. We have no reason to expect peace from Britain, you write in a letter to General George Washington. Francis Dana had just returned from Britain, and the news he brings only confirms what you've already known. War is near. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On this day, John Adams sends a letter to General George Washington. The bearer of this letter, Francis Dana Esquire of Cambridge, is a gentleman of family, fortune, and education. He returns to share with his friends in their dangers and their triumphs. Mr. Dana will satisfy you that we have no reason to expect peace from Britain. Dana, a Cambridge, Massachusetts lawyer and political moderate who later became a staunch patriot, had just returned from a years-long trip in Britain. While across the pond, Dana actively discussed the ongoing tensions with prominent English friends and supporters of America. And it became clear to him that matters had gone too far, and full separation was the only realistic course. Dana's insight was a pivotal moment. Many colonists and delegates still clung to the idea of patching things up with the mother country, but reports like Dana's helped shift opinion firmly toward independence, which Congress would declare just 3 months later, and boost morale, especially among troops who had just secured a victory in ending the siege of Boston. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's March 2nd, 1776. You peer outside your window and see a group of Continental troops heading your way. You run inside and quickly prepare hot chocolate. You need to feed these troops. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Moses Sleeper, remember him, a patriot that we discussed a few weeks back, is re-enlisted in the Continental Army and brought along his journal. He's a 23-year-old cabinet maker from Newburyport, Massachusetts. He had already fought at Bunker Hill, he helped build barracks during the siege of Boston, and he's re-enlisted for another year in the Continental Army. Following the British's evacuation from Boston, General Washington ordered much of the army south toward New York to meet the expected British invasion. Sleeper's regiment, part of Brigadier General Nathaniel Greene's brigade, began the long march on April 1st. His diary entry for April 2nd reads in part, "Well entertained with a supper of chocolate and a straw bed at Mr. Hall's." Now, historians have never specified who Mr. Hall's was, but he was likely a civilian living in a small farming community just southwest of Boston. Soldiers on the march frequently stayed with local families or in private homes when barracks or taverns weren't available. Mr. Hall's was almost certainly a Patriot-leaning resident, opening his door to Continental troops passing through, which was common civilian support for the Army in 1776, especially in Massachusetts. And as for hot chocolate, yeah, that was considered real, nourishing food in the 18th century, especially for travelers and soldiers. Colonial Americans drank chocolate as a thick, spiced, energizing beverage made from blocks of cocoa mixed with hot water or milk, often with sugar, cinnamon, or vanilla. It was calorie-dense, high in fat from cocoa butter, easy to prepare, and viewed as restorative and medicinal. Sleeper and his regiment likely marched about 8 to 10 miles and would do so daily until they arrive at their destination. A cabinet maker, sustained on hot chocolate, marching dozens of miles, all to found this country. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 6th, 1776. It's your 31st birthday, and you let out a sigh of relief. After last year's daring midnight ride, you weren't sure if you would live to see this day. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. William Dawes Jr. was born on April 6, 1745 in Boston, Massachusetts. A tanner by trade and a patriot by heart, Dawes is best known for the April 18, 1775 midnight ride that saved John Hancock and Sam Adams from imprisonment. On the evening of April 18, 1775, Dr. Joseph Warren learned that British troops were marching from Boston to seize colonial military supplies in Concord, and they were set out to arrest leaders John Hancock and Sam Adams, who were hiding in Lexington. Warren sent 2 riders to spread the alarm. Paul Revere took the shorter water route across the Charles River to Charlestown. Dawes, starting around 9 p.m., about an hour earlier, took the longer, more dangerous land route over Boston Neck, the narrow strip connecting Boston to the mainland. It was heavily guarded by British sentries, but Dawes slipped past them, possibly by blending in with soldiers, pretending to be a drunken farmer, or simply because the guards knew him from his regular travels as a tanner. He rode through Roxbury, Cambridge, and other towns, reaching the Hancock-Clark House in Lexington around 12:30 a.m., about 30 minutes after Paul Revere. The 2 men warned Hancock and Adams and then set out together toward Concord. Along the way, Dr. Samuel Prescott joined them. A British patrol soon stopped the trio. Revere was captured, though later released. Prescott escaped and successfully reached Concord to raise the alarm, and Dawes evaded capture entirely with a clever bluff, shouting about British officers just ahead, though his horse later threw him off and forced him to walk back to Lexington. The warnings Dawes and the others delivered helped rally Minutemen, leading to the first shots of the Revolution at Lexington and Concord the next morning on April 19, 1775. But today, in 1776, Dawes would be celebrating his 31st birthday, not knowing what lies ahead. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 7th, 1776. You're standing on the southern tip of Manhattan, looking out at Governor's Island. You need to get about 1,000 men onto that island tomorrow to fortify it. But how? Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On April 7, 1776, Major General Israel Putnam was temporarily in command of the Continental troops already in or arriving near New York City. George Washington had begun moving the main army southward from Boston around April 4th, but he himself did not reach New York until about April 13th. In the meantime, Putnam ordered troops to construct earthworks, trenches, redoubts, and gun emplacements across Manhattan and on strategic islands. And on April 7, 1776, Putnam was planning on how he was going to ferry about 1,000 men to fortify Governor's Island, which was located just off the southern tip of Manhattan. The Patriots needed to strengthen Manhattan and Brooklyn Heights ahead of anticipated British arrival. Troops tore up streets for barricades, they cut down trees for lumber and obstacles, they built crude walls and positioned artillery at key points such as the Battery, Whitehall Dock, and along the Hudson and East Rivers. They also managed supply wagons, camp setup, and basic security amid a divided population with many loyalists still present. New York City's Deepwater Harbor made it the most valuable port in the colonies and the obvious next target for the British after they evacuated Boston in mid-March. British General William Howe was expected to sail there with a large fleet and army to crush the rebellion in one decisive campaign. Washington and Congress viewed New York as a post of infinite importance. If the British captured it, they could use it as a naval base to split the colonies, resupply easily, and launch operations up the Hudson River. Putnam's men worked frantically to turn the city and its surroundings into a defended stronghold, hoping to make any British landing costly and perhaps even prevent a full occupation. In reality, these April fortifications, especially the guns that Putnam placed on Governor's Island, later helped cover Washington's retreat after the disastrous Battle of Long Island in August, potentially saving the Continental Army from capture. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 8th, 1776. The name and the virtues of Warren shall remain immortal, you preach to the crowd of mourners. Less than a year ago, Dr. Joseph Warren was brutally killed by the British, his body left in a shallow grave. But with the British out of Boston, it was time to properly bury the Patriot leader. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Dr. Joseph Warren was a Boston physician, a key member of the Sons of Liberty and the Massachusetts Committee of Safety. He dispatched Paul Revere and William Dawes Jr. on their famous midnight ride in April of 1775 and served as president of the Massachusetts Provincial Congress. But his life would tragically be cut short just 2 months later. Despite holding the rank of Major General, Warren chose to fight as a volunteer at the Battle of Bunker Hill that June. He was killed late in the battle by a musket ball to the head while helping cover the American retreat. British soldiers, likely recognizing him, then stripped his body, mutilated it with bayonets and rage, and tossed him into a shallow mass grave on the battlefield with other fallen patriots. His body lay there, badly decomposing for months. But after the British evacuated Boston on March 17, 1776, Warren's brothers and his dear friend Paul Revere searched the Charlestown battlefield. Finally, around April 4th, they located his remains in a grave only about 3 feet deep. The body was badly disfigured, but Revere identified it using 2 artificial teeth that he had personally made and wired into Warren's jaw just months before his death. On April 8th, Warren was properly mourned. His remains were brought to the State House, and then a Masonic procession — Warren had been a Grand Master of the Masons in North America — marched from there to King's Chapel, also called Stone Chapel. A large crowd of patriots, Masons in their regalia, and military figures attended. Inside the chapel, young lawyer Perez Morden delivered a powerful eulogy that praised Warren's virtues, condemned British tyranny and savagery, and strongly pushed the growing sentiment for full independence. Morden declared that while Britain's glory would eventually fade, the name and the virtues of Warren shall remain immortal. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 9th, 1776. Who in the name of heaven could tell you that independency has been 3 times thrown out of Congress? You may be assured the question has never been before the Congress. You write in a letter to Colonel Landon Carter, a wealthy Virginia planter. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Francis Lightfoot Lee, a delegate to the Continental Congress, was in Philadelphia as the Congress was steadily building toward independence. But back home in Virginia, things were tense. Lord Dunmore had dissolved the old colonial government and left a power vacuum. That power vacuum concerned many, including Colonel Carter, who heard rumors that Congress had considered, but rejected, independence not only once, not twice, but 3 times. Who in the name of heaven could tell you that independency had been 3 times thrown out of Congress? You may be assured the question has never been before the Congress. Lee explained that Congress was likely waiting for the people to push the issue forward, noting that sentiment across the colonies was rapidly turning in favor of independence. It is probable they will wait till the people brings it before them, which event is not far off from the best accounts from the different parts of the continent. Lee corrected Carter's pessimistic view of the northern colonies, asserting that he had made it his business to stay informed and that even New York might lead on the question. On the home front, Lee expressed unease about reports of growing licentiousness, which is lawlessness and disorder in Virginia, which he attributed to the lack of a new government replacing the old royal one. Anarchy must be the consequence. He noted that Congress had encouraged the colonies to form new governments to secure peace and happiness. We'll get into exactly what was going on in Virginia in tomorrow's episode. Ultimately, Lee's letter countered what some today might call misinformation, and 3 months after this letter, Lee would go on to sign the Declaration of Independence. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 10th, 1776. It makes me uneasy to find from your letter that licentiousness begins to prevail in Virginia. You write in a letter to Landon Carter. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. In his letter from Philadelphia on April 9th, 1776, Francis Lightfoot Lee expressed deep unease after receiving news from Landon Carter about conditions back home. Lee wrote, "It makes me uneasy to find from your letter that licentiousness begins to prevail in Virginia, though I have always expected it from the mismanagement of the old government and no new one substituted. Anarchy must be the consequence." In the 18th century, licentiousness did not mean sexual immorality. It described the dangerous abuse of liberty, a breakdown of order, restraint, and deference where people acted without proper authority or respect for law and social hierarchy, threatening to turn freedom into chaos. One exampling was a leveling spirit emerging amongst Virginia militia and Minutemen. Poorer farmers and rank-and-file soldiers increasingly challenged the authority of wealthy officers. They complained about pay disparities, exemptions for the gentry from service, and demanded greater voice in decisions. Some showed reluctance to serve or train under what they viewed as unfair elite leadership. There was also alleged price gouging, lax discipline in local militia units, and a general sense that individuals were prioritizing personal liberty over the common good. The root cause, as Lee saw it, was the absence of legitimate, stable government. Without clear laws, courts, and magistrates, the restraints that held society together were weakening. The revolutionary push for liberty, amplified by Thomas Paine's Common Sense this past January, encouraged people to throw off British authority. At the some interpreted that freedom as license to ignore rules altogether. Virginia would address the problem by adopting its first state constitution in June of 1776, aiming to restore order while securing independence. In short, the licentiousness Lee described was not random crime, but real internal tension that could collapse an already fragile society. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 13th, 1776. You're riding your horse through the woods of Virginia, desperate to make it to Philadelphia. North Carolina just became the first colony to call for complete independence just the day before, and you need to let the Second Continental Congress know. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On April 12, 1776, North Carolina's 4th Provincial Congress, meeting in the town of Halifax with 83 delegates, unanimously adopted what later became known as the Halifax Resolves, the first official action by any American colony calling for complete independence from Great Britain. By early 1776, the colonies had been at war for a year since Lexington and Concord. Repeated attempts at reconciliation, the Olive Branch Petition and others, had been rejected by King George III in Parliament, who responded with proclamations of rebellion, blockades, and military force. In North Carolina, committees of safety and the recent Patriot victory at the Battle of Morris Creek Bridge, remember, back in February, it had shifted public and political sentiment firmly towards separation. The Provincial Congress convened in Halifax on April 4th, specifically to address the usurpations and violences by Britain. A select committee, chaired by prominent revolutionary leader Cornelius Harnett, vice president of the Congress and longtime Patriot organizer, drafted the report. It was presented on April 12th and adopted without a single dissenting vote. Resolved that the delegates for this colony and the Continental Congress be empowered to concur with the delegates of the other colonies in declaring independency and forming foreign alliances, reserving to this colony the sole and exclusive right of forming a constitution and laws for this colony. The resolves listed British grievances, unlimited power over persons and property, acts of war and devastation, inciting slave rebellions and seizing American ships, and stated that no hopes remain of obtaining redress by peaceful means. This bold step encouraged other colonies. Virginia soon followed with Richard Henry Lee's resolution on June 7th, directly paving the way for the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 14th, 1776. It's your first full day in New York City. So far, you hear no complaint about your men's conduct, a welcomed anecdote. But there's much work to be done to fortify the city, because the British are on the move. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. George Washington finally arrived in New York City on April 13th, 1776. After more than a week of travel, he entered the city at King's Bridge. He first dined at Francis's Tavern, which would be the same spot that he would resign his commission at in 1783, before he made his way to the Kennedy House, a fine 3-story townhouse located at the corner of Broadway and the Battery. And for anyone wondering, the building no longer stands, like many historic buildings. On April 14th, Washington surveys what lays ahead of him. New York's harbor can easily receive the British fleet, and the British control of the Hudson River could separate New England from the other colonies. Washington immediately prepares a letter thanking Major General Charles Lee and Major General William Alexander and their troops for their preparations to fortify the city. Then he sets about imposing order to fortify even further, warning in a separate letter that day that the British Navy appears to be on the move. Washington also writes about being flattered that his men are behaving well. The general flatters himself that he shall hear no complaints from the citizens of abuse or ill treatment in any respect whatsoever, but that every officer and soldier of every rank and denomination will pride themselves, as men contending in the glorious cause of liberty ought to do, in an orderly, decent, and regular deportment. And from there, preparations would begin. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 15th, 1776. I will tell them that I studied and labored to procure a free constitution of government for them to solace themselves under. And if they do not prefer this to ample fortune, to ease and elegance, they are not my children, and I care not what becomes of them, you write in a letter to your wife, Abigail Adams. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Adams sent a lengthy letter to his wife on April 15th, reflecting on the heavy personal costs of the war and the long-term purpose of his work. Adams tells his wife that he expects nothing material for his sacrifice, no wealth or ease or even thanks. He even anticipates that future generations, including his own children, might one day disapprove of him for the sacrifices the family had to endure, like separation, a thin diet, and modest circumstances, while Adams served in Congress. Adams declares, though, that if his children ever complain, he will answer them plainly. I studied and labored to procure a free constitution of government for them to solace themselves under. He says that if his children do not value this legacy of liberty more than, quote, ample fortune, ease, and elegance, then they are not truly his children, and he will not care what becomes of them. He also urges Abigail to raise their children with high ideals, fix their attention upon great and glorious objects, root out every little thing, weed out every meanness, make them great and manly, teach them to scorn injustice, ingratitude, cowardice, and falsehood. Let them revere nothing but religion, morality, and liberty. The letter reveals Adams' deep sense of duty. He sees the creation of a free Republican government, not personal gain, as the enduring reward of the revolutionary struggle, and he wants his family to embrace that noble purpose above all else. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 16th, 1776. The Continental Congress has just received word that the Maryland governor has been having secret talks with the British that are highly dangerous to the liberties of America. So, they pass a resolution: seize him and his papers. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. In a diary entry dated April 16, 1776, John Adams records that Congress had been informed that day that Robert Eden, the royal governor of Maryland, had been corresponding with the British ministry in ways highly dangerous to the liberties of America. Whereas information has been this day laid before Congress, resolved, therefore, that the Council of Safety of Maryland be earnestly requested immediately to cause the person and papers of Governor Eden to be seized and secured, and such of the papers as relate to the American dispute without delay conveyed safely to Congress, and that copies of the intercepted letters from the Secretary of State be enclosed to the said Council of Safety, Adams wrote in his diary entry. The suspicion stemmed from intercepted letters from late 1775 written by British Secretary of State Lord George Germain to Eden. Copies reached Congress via Virginia and Baltimore committees in early April of 1776. Patriots viewed the letters as evidence that Eden was sharing intelligence with British officials, potentially aiding military operations against the colonies. Congress urged Maryland's Council of Safety to arrest Eden and seize his papers. However, the council, a little more moderate, declined to imprison him. Eden denied any treasonous intent, promised not to leave until the provincial convention met, and was largely left alone initially. Between May and June of 1776, Maryland's convention reviewed the matter, cleared Eden of treacherous correspondence, but criticized his recent support for British operations. They politely requested that he depart the colony, and so Eden sailed from Annapolis on June 26, 1776, aboard a British ship returning to England. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 17th, 1776. You pick up a copy of the Pennsylvania Gazette and flip to page 4, and there you see it. News. Patriots have captured a British vessel. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On April 17, 1776, news reached Philadelphia formally of Captain John Barry's victory. Just 10 days earlier, on April 7th, Captain John Barry, commanding the small 14-gun Continental brig USS Lexington, had captured the British sloop HMS Edward off the Virginia Capes. The two ships fought a sharp, close-quarters battle lasting roughly 1 to 2 hours, though some accounts say longer. Despite the British crew's greater experience, Barry's men outmaneuvered and outfought them, shattering Edward's rigging and sails. The British vessel was forced to strike her colors and surrender. The Lexington suffered light casualties, only 2 Patriots killed and 2 wounded, while the Edward took heavier losses. Barry brought the captured ship triumphantly into Philadelphia as a prize. This was the first time a regularly commissioned American warship had captured a British warship in direct combat at sea. John Barry is best remembered as the father of the American Navy and was the very first officer commissioned as captain in the Continental Navy. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 20th, 1776. This is not a time to trifle. Men who know they deserve nothing from their country, and whose hope is on the arm that hath sought to enslave it, may talk of reconciliation. You read in a copy of the Constitutional Gazette, your stomach drops. Reconciliation with the crown isn't happening, but war is. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By this time in 1776, public sentiment had strongly shifted toward the Patriot cause, especially as Thomas Paine's common sense circulated throughout the colonies. But there was still some hope among some that reconciliation with the crown was still possible, especially in New York, which was filled with loyalists. The Constitutional Gazette was countering pro-British publications in New York. The April 20th edition of the Constitutional Gazette pushed back against moderate voices still hoping for a peaceful settlement. It argued that the time for compromise had passed, and full separation was becoming inevitable. The language was fiery and typical of Patriot rhetoric, dismissing reconciliation advocates as self-interested or disloyal to the American cause. The issue also included reports on British plans, such as news from England about the impending arrival of foreign troops, Hessians and other German auxiliaries, to suppress the rebellion, described sarcastically in related coverage as old lies renewed when downplayed by British sources. Patriot readers in New York and beyond welcomed such strong language. It helped build resolve and counter loyalist arguments for reconciliation. In a divided city, the Gazette served as a rallying voice for the Whig and Patriot side. John Anderson, the publisher of the Gazette, was forced to flee New York months later after the British took control, as he was known as the rebel printer. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 21st, 1776. You're standing in front of your iron furnace in Pennsylvania. Durham Furnace was the first to supply cannonballs to the American forces in August of 1775, and with the war only expanding, you know you're going to need to produce a lot more because your life depends on winning the war, since you'll go on to sign the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. George Taylor was born in Ireland in 1716 and arrived in Pennsylvania in the 1730s as an indentured servant to pay off his passage. He began working as a laborer at an iron furnace in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Talented and hardworking, he quickly advanced from clerk to manager and eventually became a partner and owner of several successful ironworks, including the Durham Furnace. He produced munitions and supplies critical to the Patriot cause throughout the war. In 1776, when Pennsylvania's more moderate delegates hesitated or refused to support independence, the state assembly replaced several of them, and on July 20th, 1776, Taylor was chosen as one of the new delegates. He arrived in Philadelphia in time to sign the engrossed copy of the Declaration of Independence on August 2nd, 1776, the only signer who had been indentured and the only ironmaster among them. He served briefly in Congress, then returned to Pennsylvania to support the war effort through his iron business. Taylor lived quietly afterward, dying in 1781 at the age of 65. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 22nd, 1776. You're a member of the New Jersey Governor's Council, a royal body. But as you sit at your desk, you begin to grow angry thinking about the abuses and usurpations that Americans were facing at the hands of the British. You're going to do something about it. You're going to sign the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Francis Hopkinson was born on October 2nd, 1737 in Philadelphia and was a true gentleman amateur of the Revolutionary era, a lawyer, a judge, an author, a composer, an artist, and one of the most versatile founding fathers. The eldest of 8 children, he graduated from the College of Philadelphia, now known as the University of Pennsylvania, in 1757. He studied law under Benjamin Chew, was admitted to the Pennsylvania bar in 1761, and later practiced law in New Jersey. He held various royal appointments in the 1760s and 1770s, including customs collector and member of the New Jersey Governor's Council, but he grew increasingly critical of British policies. By 1774, he was writing sharp political satires, including A Pretty Story, which mocked King George III. In June of 1776, he was elected to the Continental Congress as a New Jersey delegate to replace more moderate members. He arrived just in time to vote for Richard Henry Lee's independence resolution on July 2nd and signed the Declaration of Independence on August 2nd, 1776. Hopkinson served on the Navy Board, helped design continental currency, and is widely credited by historians, based on his own 1780 claim to Congress, that he designed the first American flag, the Stars and Stripes, as well as early versions of the Great Seal of the United States and other symbols. After independence, he was appointed by George Washington as the first U.S. District Judge for the District of Pennsylvania in 1789. A strong supporter of the Constitution, he wrote essays aiding its ratification in Pennsylvania. Hopkinson died in Philadelphia on May 9, 1791, at the young age of 53. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 23rd, 1776. It's a day also known as St. George's Day, a day that used to be one of celebration and fun. But today, it's a staunch reminder that your neighbor side against you in your fight for life or death. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On April 23, 1776, while serving as a Massachusetts delegate in the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia, John Adams wrote a letter to his wife Abigail. The date marked St. George's Day, the traditional English festival honoring the patron saint of England, similar to St. Patrick's Day for the Irish, St. David's for the Welsh, and St. Andrew's for the Scots. Adams described how Philadelphia's English-born residents had long maintained the St. George's Society, also called the St. George's Club, which held an annual grand feast every April 23rd. In calmer, pre-war years, the event was a unified social highlight, but by spring of 1776, the escalating American Revolution had fractured the group along sharp political lines. He explained the resulting schism. The times and politics have made a schism in the society so that one part of them are to meet and dine at the city tavern, and the other at the Bunch of Grapes, Israel Jacobs, and a third party go out of town. One set are staunch Americans, another staunch Britons, I suppose, and a third halfway men, neutral beings, moderate men, prudent folks. Patriots, staunch Americans, gathered at the fashionable City Tavern, a frequent meeting spot for the delegates, while Loyalist-leaning members dined separately at the Bunch of Grapes. A third group of moderates, or neutrals, avoided the drama altogether. Adams playfully apologized to his wife for writing about such a trifling subject at a time when his country was fighting for its very existence. Yet the letter captured a deeper truth. By mid-April of 1776, revolutionary politics had penetrated everyday social life. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 24th, 1776. You step off your horse and stretch your legs. You're journeying from Georgia to Philadelphia to make it to the Continental Congress, and in a few weeks, you'll sign the Declaration of Independence. But you'll also become the first signer to die in a brutal duel. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Budden Gwinnett was born on March 3, 1735 in England. He came to Georgia around 1762, initially working as a merchant in Savannah before becoming a planter. Gwinnett's early business ventures were troubled. He faced bankruptcy in the early 1770s, but recovered enough to enter politics. He served in Georgia's Colonial Assembly and, by 1776, was elected to the Continental Congress. In Philadelphia, he supported separation from Britain, voting for independence on July 2nd, and he signed the Declaration on August 2nd. His large, flowing signature appears at the top of the left column, making original examples extremely rare and very valuable today because, upon returning to Georgia later in 1776, Gwinnett became deeply involved in state politics. He helped draft Georgia's first constitution, and he briefly served as Speaker of the Georgia Assembly and acting governor of the state in early 1777. His short political career ended in controversy. Gwinnett supported a failed Patriot invasion of British-held East Florida in 1777, and when the operation collapsed, he clashed bitterly with military commander Lachlan McIntosh, who publicly criticized him. Gwinnett demanded an apology, and when none came, he challenged McIntosh to a duel. And on May 16, 1777, the two men faced each other at about 12 paces on a plantation outside Savannah. Both were wounded in the thigh, though McIntosh recovered, but Gwinnett's wound became infected. He died on May 19, 1777, at age 42. He was buried in Colonial Park Cemetery in Savannah, but the exact location of his grave remains unknown. Gwinnett County, Georgia, a major suburb of Atlanta, is named in his honor. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 27th, 1776. You're in Philadelphia working on procuring supplies for the Continental Army. But this work isn't what will define you. No. Instead, you will be defined by the fact that you are the only founder to sign all 4 founding documents. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Roger Sherman was born on April 19, 1721, in Newton, Massachusetts, to a poor farming family. He had almost no formal schooling and later worked as a shoemaker while teaching himself mathematics, surveying, and law. In his 20s, he moved to New Haven, Connecticut, where he built a successful career as a merchant, a lawyer, and local official. He held many jobs at once: Justice of the Peace, Treasurer of Yale College, and Mayor of New Haven. But Sherman's real legacy lies in the unique fact that he was the only American ever to sign all 4 major founding documents: the Continental Association in 1774, the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the Articles of Confederation in 1778, and the U.S. Constitution in 1787. His greatest moment came at the 1787 Constitutional Convention. When large and small states were deadlocked, Sherman proposed the Connecticut Compromise, or the Great Compromise, a House of Representatives based on population and a Senate with equal votes per state. This single idea saved the convention and shaped the structure of Congress that we still have today. Thomas Jefferson praised him, saying Sherman was, quote, "a man who never said a foolish thing in his life." Sherman later died in New Haven on July 23, 1793, at the age of 72. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 28, 1776. You tell me that all fondness for the king and nation is gone. This is the effect of the late Act of Parliament everywhere, you write in a letter to John Penn. North Carolina's bold step is reverberating everywhere. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On April 28, 1776, John Adams in Philadelphia wrote back to John Penn, a North Carolina delegate who had just returned from the 4th Provincial Congress in Halifax. Just 11 days prior, Penn wrote a letter reporting that the people of Virginia and North Carolina were strongly leaning toward full independence. Adams was thrilled by the news. He responded to Penn on April 28th, "The account you give of the temper and sentiments of the people in Virginia and Carolina, and their general inclination to those measures which will be absolutely necessary for the preservation of their liberties, is very encouraging." Adams was especially impressed with North Carolina, which had taken the boldest step of any colony so far. Just 16 days earlier, on April 12, 1776, the North Carolina Provincial Congress passed the Halifax Resolves, the very first official instructions from any colony telling its delegates in Philadelphia to vote for complete independence from Britain. Adams wrote, "I cannot sufficiently admire the spirit and valor of the gentlemen of North Carolina. May heaven reward them for their magnanimity by establishing a free constitution for their children." Penn had also reported that loyalty to the king was collapsing, and Adams replied, "You tell me that all fondness for the king and nation is gone. This is the effect of the late Act of Parliament everywhere." The late Act of Parliament reference was the Prohibitory Act, passed in December of 1775 and enforced in early 1776. It banned all trade with the American colonies, declared them in open rebellion, and ordered British warships to seize any American ships, essentially treating the colonies as enemy territory and cutting them off from royal protection. To Adams and most patriots, this act was the final break. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 29, 1776. The pride and arrogance of our oppressors is insufferable, and the fury of their conduct can rationally have no other effect than to kindle our resentment into a fiercer flame, you write in a letter to a North Carolina delegate to the Continental Congress. There can be no peace with the crown, only war. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. James Iredell, then a 25-year-old patriot from North Carolina who would later become a Supreme Court justice, was responding to a letter from Joseph Hughes, a delegate to the Continental Congress. Just 2 weeks earlier, on April 12th, North Carolina's Provincial Congress passed the famous Halifax Resolves, instructing its delegates to support full independence, the first colony to do so. Iredell tells Hughes that while he once hoped for reconciliation with Britain, now he sees, quote, "scarcely any hope." He calls British ministers bloodthirsty and criticizes the pride and arrogance of our oppressors, plus meanest wretches in Britain motivated by plunder and taxation. He declares his loyalty. My first attachment is to the liberty and welfare of America, but Iredell fears that a majority of the nation are against us. Now, as we previously discussed here, many colonists were uneasy about full separation, including many of the founders, though the momentum was steadily shifting toward full independence, and North Carolina got the ball rolling. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's April 30th, 1776. You're 19 years old, living in Boston with your 2-month-old daughter. But you're all alone. You haven't seen your parents, ardent loyalists, since the British fled Boston. You're lonely and helpless. But this is the reality of the war, because you married Henry Knox. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By late April of 1776, the British had evacuated Boston, but the war was far from over. The Continental Army under George Washington had marched to New York to fortify against an expected British attack. Henry Knox, artillery commander, bookseller turned officer, and rising star, had just turned 26 and was busy preparing defenses in New York City. His wife, 19-year-old Lucy Knox, stayed behind in Boston with their newborn daughter, Lucy Jr. Lucy had defied her parents by marrying Henry in 1774. She never saw her family again after they fled with the British. After weeks of separation and isolation, Lucy was feeling the emotional weight of new motherhood amid wartime uncertainty. She had held back from writing earlier out of shyness, but the distance finally overcame her hesitations. I should long before this have indulged myself in the pleasure of writing to him who was always in my thoughts, whose image is deeply imprinted on my heart, and whom I love too much for my peace. She worries that her affectionate words might seem ridiculous if the letter were intercepted or read by strangers. She asks if my Harry, her loving nickname for Henry, is well and happy, but then she immediately answers her own question. No, that cannot be when he reflects how wretched he's left me. She imagines him surrounded by scenes of high life, while she and their tender infant are left at so great a distance from its father, its natural guardian, in a place exposed to an enraged enemy and almost defenseless. The enraged enemy refers to the British fleet and army, which everyone expected would soon strike New York, or possibly re-attack Boston. The letter captures the personal cost of the revolution: loneliness, fear for a new baby's safety, and the ache of separation, all while showing Lucy's fierce devotion to her husband. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 1st, 1776. Do what you must to get rid of these patriots, you tell your subordinates. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Patriot militiamen had burned Fort Johnson down on the night of July 18, 1775, after Patriots learned that the royal governor planned to arm loyalists and even slaves. The Patriots seized the fort and set it ablaze so that the British could not use it as a base. Governor Martin watched the flames from the water. It's widely considered North Carolina's first overtly military act of the American Revolution. And by early 1776, Patriots had partially reoccupied Fort Johnson and rebuilt parts of the ruins for use against British ships. In early May of 1776, British General Sir Henry Clinton and a fleet anchored near the mouth of the Cape Fear River in North Carolina dealt with annoying Patriot resistance at the ruins of Fort Johnson. Patriot riflemen had been using the burned-out remains of the old fort as cover to snipe at British ships for several days, and on May 1st, Clinton ordered the fort demolished to deny the Americans this hiding spot. On May 2nd, Clinton landed about 10 companies of troops near the fort to hunt down the snipers. The British found only horse tracks. The American militia had melted away into the countryside. The Redcoats searched several miles inland but made no contact. The next morning, May 3rd, the Patriot riflemen returned to their positions and resumed firing on the British sloop HMS Cruiser. The ship returned fire in a brief exchange. Casualties were light. The British reported 2 men killed overall during the episode, while Americans suffered none. Clinton's fleet soon moved on towards South Carolina, where they would attempt, and fail, to capture Charleston a few weeks later. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 4th, 1776, whereas George III, King of Britain, forgetting his dignity, regardless of the compact most solemnly entered into, and entirely departing from the duties and character of a good king, instead of protecting, is endeavoring to destroy the good people of this colony, and with that, Rhode Island becomes the first colony to renounce the king. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By early May of 1776, Rhode Island had been operating in open defiance for years. Its economy, which was largely built on trading rum and molasses, had been crippled by British acts like the Sugar Act of 1764 and subsequent trade restrictions, and the 1772 Gaspee Affair made the colony hypersensitive to royal overreach. After Lexington and Concord of April of 1775, Rhode Island immediately sent troops to Boston and refused to swear new royal oaths. The tipping point came in spring of 1776. King George III's Prohibitory Act, which was passed in December of 1775, treated the colonies as enemies, blockading ports and authorizing seizure of American ships. News of British fleets and armies arriving to spread fire, sword, and desolation reached Rhode Island amid ongoing occupation threats. The General Assembly, meeting in Providence, saw protection and allegiance as a reciprocal compact that the king had broken, and on May 4th, they passed the Act of Renunciation. The act explicitly repealed the 1756 Loyalty Statute, removed every reference to King George III from oaths, commissions, writs, court proceedings, and dates. No more, in the year of His Majesty's reign, all were replaced with the Governor and Company of the English Colony of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. New oaths bound officials only to the colony. Preamble declared that the king, quote, entirely departing from the duties and characters of a good king, had forfeited allegiance by seeking to impose debasing and detestable tyranny. It passed with only 6 dissenting votes out of more than 60 members. They adjourned with God Save the United Colonies instead of God Save the King. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 5th, 1776. You gather in Williamsburg, the same place that the royal governor fled from just 1 year earlier. He could have never predicted that in years' time, delegates would meet to demand independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By early 1776, Virginia was in open crisis. Royal Governor Lord Dunmore had fled Williamsburg in 1775 after clashes with Patriot militias. He declared martial law, bombarded coastal towns, including Norfolk, I know I get that wrong a lot, which was burned on January 1st, also the first episode of Countdown to Freedom. Petitions to the king for redress had been met with scorn. Fleets, armies, and Hessian mercenaries. Virginia's economy was suffering under British trade restrictions, and Patriot committees had already taken over local governance. The previous 4th Convention, which was held between December and January, had focused on defense and created a committee of safety, but it stopped short of declaring independence. County meetings in March and April sent delegates with explicit instructions. Many demanded a final break. The call for the 5th Convention was issued under an ordinance from the prior convention, with elections held in late April. Delegates gathered knowing the stakes. They were effectively replacing the old colonial government. The convention opened on May 5th in Williamsburg as delegates from across Virginia, 128 delegates in total, gathered as royal authority had effectively collapsed. From the opening sessions, independence dominated the agenda. Many delegates arrived carrying county instructions demanding a clean break from Britain. Patrick Henry and others delivered fiery speeches framing separation as an act of self-preservation and moral duty. They denounced Britain's tyrannical acts, the encouragement of slave insurrections, alliances with native nations, and the attempt at total destruction of the colonies. The convention quickly organized committees and began drafting resolutions. Just 10 days later, on May 15th, it unanimously passed the landmark resolution instructing Virginia's delegates in Philadelphia to propose that the Continental Congress declare the United Colonies free and independent states, absolving them from all allegiance to the British Crown, which we will talk about in 2 weeks' time. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 6th, 1776. It's your 36th birthday, but you aren't too concerned about celebrations because your colony just passed the Halifax Resolves, and in 2 months' time, you'll go on to sign the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Penn was born on this day in 1740 in Caroline County, Virginia, into a modestly prosperous family. Penn received little formal education as a child and was largely self-taught until age of 21, when a family friend, a lawyer, took him under his wing. Penn quickly mastered law, moved to North Carolina in the mid-1760s, and established a successful legal practice in Granville County. He became known for his sharp mind, integrity, and support for colonial rights. As tensions with Britain escalated, Penn emerged as a leading patriot. Elected to the North Carolina Provincial Congress in 1775, he helped shift the colony toward resistance. In 1775 and 1776, he served in the Continental Congress in Philadelphia, where he strongly backed independence. On July 2, 1776, he voted for independence. On August 2nd, he signed the Declaration, along with fellow North Carolinians Joseph Hughes and William Cooper. Penn served multiple terms in Congress, focusing on military and financial matters. He helped secure supplies for the Southern Army and worked on committees dealing with foreign alliances and the war effort. Though not as flashy as some other founders, he was respected for his steady judgment and willingness to do the unglamorous work of governance. After the war, Penn returned to North Carolina politics, serving in the state legislature and on the Council of State. He supported the new U.S. Constitution, but died before its full ratification. Stricken with illness, he passed away on September 14, 1788, at the age of 48, one of the younger signers to die. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 7th, 1776. For our country is, as it were, a secondary god and the first and greatest parent. It is to be preferred to parents, wives, children, friends, and all things the gods only accepted. For if our country perishes, it is as impossible to save an individual as to preserve one of the fingers of a mortified hand. Thus do I suppress every wish and silence every murmur, acquiescing in a painful separation from the companion of my youth and the friend of my heart, you write in a letter to your husband, John Adams. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Abigail Adams was quoting philosopher Heracles, specifically his teaching on how one ought to conduct themselves toward their country. The idea is that one has to expand their circle of concern from family and friends to country and ultimately humanity. Abigail was expressing her patriotic resignation toward the separation from her husband during the Revolution, and she also laments the current situation. How many are the solitary hours I spend ruminating upon the past and anticipating the future, whilst you, overwhelmed with the cares of state, have but few moments you can devote to any individual. All domestic pleasures and enjoyments are absorbed in the great and important duty you owe your country, she wrote to her husband. Abigail sends her husband her best wishes and notes how their children will be best served by having their father present one day, but for now, she understands what's at stake. And I really want everyone to understand for a moment the significance of sentiments like this. John Adams did not have to take time away from his wife and his children to create this nation that very well could have failed. He did not know if it would succeed. And we all know how precious time is, and I'm sure any of you with children understand that time away from your family is difficult, let alone weeks and months on end. But that is a sacrifice that the Adams, like so many others, were willing to make for our republic, their posterity, and our future. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 8th, 1776. The British are coming, again, but this time with the goal to take Philadelphia. They have the 44-gun HMS Roebuck and a 28-gun HMS Liverpool. In total, the British had 72 guns, and your army only has 15. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. In early May of 1776, British Captain Andrew Snape Hammond in the 44-gun HMS Roebuck, accompanied by the 28-gun HMS Liverpool, a brig, and tenders, moved about 75 miles up the Delaware River. Their goal? Obtain fresh water and scout American defenses protecting Philadelphia, the Continental Congress's meeting place and a key supply hub. Pennsylvania had already built a state navy of rogue galleys and sunk river obstructions to block British advances. On May 8th, 13 Pennsylvania Navy rogue galleys, each armed with a single heavy bow cannon, attacked the British squadron near Carneys Point, New Jersey, opposite of Wilmington Creek. They were supported by the Continental schooner Wasp and a 10-gun floating battery. The Americans stayed in shallow water where the deeper draft British warships could not maneuver freely. The two sides exchanged about 300 to 400 cannon shots over several hours. The Roebuck ran aground while trying to close with the galleys. The Liverpool anchored nearby to protect her. The Wasp captured the British brig Betsy under fire. Neither side suffered catastrophic damage in the initial exchange, but the Roebuck took hull hits and rigging damage, with one man killed and several wounded. Overnight, the Roebuck refloated. Fighting resumed on May 9th before the British squadron withdrew downriver to Newcastle, Delaware, concluding that they lacked the force to push further upstream. The action was witnessed by thousands of spectators and militia who were lining the shores. Time and time again, the Patriots were showing the British that even when outnumbered, they could outmaneuver. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, It was won. Imagine it's May 11th, 1776. It's becoming clearer that the colonies are moving toward independence, and you, a merchant, will command your own brigade. You'll also sign the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. William Whipple of New Hampshire was born January 14, 1730, in Kittery, Maine. He went to sea as a teen and commanded his own ship by age 21 before building a fortune as a merchant. By 1776, he was in the Continental Congress and voted for independence on July 2nd, signing the Declaration on August 2nd. But Whipple didn't just talk about liberty. He fought for it. Appointed brigadier general in the New Hampshire militia, he commanded a brigade of 4 regiments at the Battle of Saratoga in 1777, a crushing American victory and turning point of the war. His troops fought so well that General Gates picked Whipple to help negotiate the surrender of a British general. Now, Whipple had an enslaved servant, Prince Whipple. Born in Africa around 1750, Prince was bought as a boy by the Whipple family and became William's personal attendant. He marched with William into battle, serving at Saratoga and other campaigns. In 1779, Prince was one of 20 enslaved black men in Portsmouth who signed a bold petition to the New Hampshire legislature demanding their freedom and the end of slavery in the state. Prince stayed in service throughout the war, and on Prince's wedding day in 1781, Whipple granted him the rights of a free man. Full legal manumission came in 1784, and Prince lived free in Portsmouth until his death in 1796. Whipple died just a year after the manumission in 1785 at the age of 55 from heart complications. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 12th, 1776. Independence is on the horizon, but you want to resign. What shall I do with my office? I want to resign it for 1,000 reasons. Would you advise me? You write in a desperate letter to your wife, Abigail Adams. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. In a 3-page letter written from Philadelphia on May 12, 1776, just mere weeks before the Continental Congress would vote for independence, John Adams expresses his frustration with public service and briefly considers quitting. What shall I do with my office? I want to resign it for 1,000 reasons. Would you advise me? Adams does not go on to list the 1,000 reasons explicitly in his letter, but he does touch on the crushing family separation and emotional strain that both he and his wife face. I long to hear a little of my private affairs, yet I dread it too, because I know you must be perplexed and distressed. I wish it was in my power to relieve you. Second, and far more extensively detailed, is his fury at the lethargic inaction of Massachusetts leaders while the British threat to the Boston Harbor remained real. Adams had just learned that local authorities were finally beginning to fortify Boston, but he was inexpressibly angry that the enemy was already fortifying George's Island. He begged Abigail, who had recently been appointed to help judge Loyalist women, to use her influence. I hope you will be instant in season and out of season in exhorting them to use their influence with the gentlemen to fortify upon George's Islands. He also tells Abigail that they should fortify other locations, send down fire ships and rafts, and burn to ashes those pirates. Adams could no longer contain his rage at the provincial council's priorities. I am out of all patience with the languid, lethargic councils of the province at such a critical, important moment, puzzling their heads about 2 petty fees and confession bills and whatnot, when the harbor of Boston was defenseless. I am ashamed, vexed, angry to the last degree. Our people, by their turpitude, have invited the enemy to come to Boston again, and I fear they will have the civility and politeness to accept the invitation. Adams was reaching a breaking point, exhausted by the unpaid, endless demands of congressional service, worried sick about his family's welfare, and angered over what he saw as criminal lethargy back home. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 13th, 1776. The time to act is now, and the Continental Congress is recommending that colonies create their own governments. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. In early May of 1776, the Second Continental Congress faced a practical crisis. Many colonies still operated under royal charters or provisional governments, creating legal confusion amid open war. The king had rejected reconciliation, Parliament had passed the Prohibitory Act excluding the colonies from royal protection, and Britain was deploying foreign mercenaries. On May 10th, Congress passed a resolution recommending that the colonies form new governments suited to, quote, the happiness and safety of their constituents. To explain why this was urgent, they immediately appointed a three-man committee: John Adams, Edward Rutledge, and Richard Henry Lee. Adams later recalled that Lee and Rutledge asked him as a chairman to draft something very short, which he did with their approval. Adams presented the draft on May 13th. It sparked intense debate over the next 3 days, with conservatives like James Duane of New York and James Wilson of Pennsylvania objecting that it exceeded Congress's authority and prematurely severed ties with Britain. Radicals like Samuel Adams defended it. The preamble was stronger and more explicit than the original May 10th resolution. It condemned the Crown for not protecting the colonists, not listening to their petitions for redress, and for trying to destroy the colonies vis-a-vis mercenaries. The preamble said that creating new government was necessary for the preservation of internal peace, virtue, and good order, as well as for the defense of their lives, liberties, and properties against the hostile invasions and cruel depredations of their enemies. It then repeated the May 10th resolution recommending new governments based on the representatives of the people. This preamble was the first time that Congress officially declared that royal authority in America must be totally suppressed. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 14th, 1776. You set your bags down and breathe a sigh of relief. You just finished an 8-day journey from Virginia to Philadelphia, and the work that lies ahead will define your legacy. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Jefferson had spent the beginning months back home handling personal affairs after having already served in Congress the year prior. As the Second Continental Congress began resuming full sessions amid rising momentum for independence, Jefferson headed toward Philadelphia. Jefferson's journey from Virginia took 8 days. He briefly stayed at Mrs. Withey's in Chester, Pennsylvania, with his memorandum book showing an expense on May 14th for lodging and dinner there. From there, he crossed a river by ferry before lodging temporarily with cabinetmaker Benjamin Randolph on Chestnut Street. The location ended up being noisy and smelly near a stable and tannery, so he moved roughly a week later. Jefferson also appears to have purchased a glass of punch and paper on May 14th as well. The next day, Congress reconvened, and Jefferson would stay in Philadelphia for nearly 4 months. After leaving Randolph's place, he moved into the Graff House, now called the Declaration House, around May 23rd. He joined the Committee of Five in June, wrote the Declaration between June 11th and 28th, and remained there until early September. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 15th, 1776. The 5th Virginia Convention has just ended 169 years of colonial rule, igniting a formal break with the Crown. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On May 15th, 1776, in the colonial capital at Williamsburg, the 5th Virginia Convention ordered Virginia's delegates in Philadelphia, including Richard Henry Lee, to propose that the Continental Congress declare the United Colonies free and independent states, absolved from all allegiance to or dependence upon the Crown or Parliament of Great Britain. They also authorized Congress to pursue foreign alliances and a confederation, while insisting that each colony keep full control of its internal government. Virginia, by far the largest, richest, and most populous colony, became the first to order its delegates to introduce independence rather than merely support it. The resolution's language was copied almost verbatim into Lee's famous June 7th resolution in Congress. That motion passed on July 2nd, and the Declaration of Independence followed on July 4th. At the same time, the convention appointed a committee comprised of people like George Mason, James Madison, Edmund Randolph, and others to draft Virginia's own Declaration of Rights, which was adopted on June 12th, and the first state constitution, which was adopted June 29th. The next day, soldiers in the Continental Army reportedly toasted the American independent states. It was the point of no return. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 18th, 1776. You're in Philadelphia discussing the latest news. Virginia is calling for full and complete independence. Now, your state isn't on board yet, but when they finally do agree to it, you'll pay dearly for it. Or should I say, your wife will pay dearly for it. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Francis Lewis was born on March 21, 1713, in Wales and was orphaned young. He later lived with his aunt, who sent him to school in London, and he became a merchant, trading across Europe, Russia, and Africa. He also survived 2 shipwrecks off Ireland. During the French and Indian War, while supplying British troops at Fort Oswego, he was captured by French forces in 1756 and held as a prisoner until a 1763 exchange. The British later compensated him with land, and he settled in New York, where he lived with his wife Elizabeth. By the 1760s, British taxes and trade restrictions turned him into a strong patriot. He joined the Sons of Liberty, attended the Stamp Act Congress in 1765, helped finance and smuggle weapons and supplies for the Continental Army, and served on key committees. In 1775, he was elected to the Continental Congress from New York. New York's delegation was initially cautious and abstained from the July 2nd independence vote and July 4th adoption of the Declaration. Once authorized by the state, however, Lewis signed the engrossed declaration on August 2nd, 1776. Weeks later, after the British victory at Long Island, troops targeted Lewis's estate in Whitestone, Queens. They ransacked and destroyed the home, books, papers, furniture, and his wife Elizabeth, then in her early 60s, was arrested and imprisoned in a filthy, unheated New York prison with no bed or adequate clothing and minimal food. Francis was safely in Philadelphia attending Congress, so the British retaliated against his family. Now, George Washington helped secure her release through a prisoner exchange, threatening similar treatment for British officers' wives, but Elizabeth's health was permanently broken. She contracted a fever leading to consumption and died in 1779. Francis was devastated, left Congress shortly afterward, and never remarried. He lived quietly until his death on December 31, 1802, at the age of 89. Like other signers, Francis took seriously that he was risking his life, his fortune, his sacred honor, and so much more. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 19, 1776. You've been locked in a gunfight for roughly 30 minutes. Your men have enough supplies to last a few days, but suddenly you decide to surrender your force. Little did you know, reinforcements were on their way. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By the spring of 1776, the American invasion of Quebec was collapsing. Just 5 months ago, Richard Montgomery was killed and Benedict Arnold injured in the failed December assault on Quebec City. Now, smallpox, supply shortages, and expired enlistments were gutting the Continental forces. With British reinforcements arriving, Americans clung to Montreal. To guard their western flank, roughly 30 miles up the St. Lawrence River, they posted about 400 men at a post called the Cedars. Between May 18th and May 19th, a small but aggressive British-led force struck. About 40 regulars from the 8th Regiment, a handful of Canadian militia, and about 200 Iroquois, mostly Mohawk, warriors under Captain George Forster. The American commander, Major Isaac Butterfield, surrendered quickly on May 19th with little fighting. The next day, approximately 100 American reinforcements under Colonel Henry Sherburne were ambushed and also captured. Casualties were low on the battlefield, but ugly afterward. British losses were almost zero, and Americans had a few killed and wounded, with most of the some 500 soldiers taken prisoner. Less than 2 weeks later, Benedict Arnold sent a few hundred men in for relief and negotiated the prisoners' release. Americans got their men back, promising to free an equal number of British captives. But Congress later repudiated the deal, calling foul over alleged atrocities, so no British prisoners were released. Any hopes of Canada joining the revolution were now out the window, but perhaps for the better. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 20th, 1776. You finally arrive in Philadelphia after journeying from Georgia, and you find a crowd of 4,000 patriots protesting in the pouring rain. They mean business. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Georgia delegates had been the only ones absent from the First Continental Congress and slow to join the Second Continental Congress, largely because the colony was vulnerable to conflict with Native Americans on the frontier and they needed British protection. But on May 20th, the Georgia delegates finally joined the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The Journals of the Continental Congress record states that, quote, the Provincial Congress of Georgia chose 5 persons to represent the province, Lyman Hall and Budding Gwinnett, in attendance today. John Adams wrote that same day, the delegates from Georgia made their appearance this day in Congress with unlimited powers, and these gentlemen themselves are very firm. Also, fun fact, Lyman Hall is the second Declaration signer that I am distantly related to, along with John Adams. The arrival of the Georgia delegates meant that all the colonies were now aligned as a move toward independence. Meanwhile, on that same day, some 4,000 patriots would gather in the pouring rain at the State House Yard, now Independence Square, demanding that Pennsylvania put in new members of the state assembly because the current members did not want independence and instructed delegates against it. The move frustrated these patriots, who saw the members as unfit to represent them. The patriots endorsed Congress's resolutions, declared the existing assembly unfit to implement them, and called for a new constitutional convention to create a more democratic government. It was conducted with, quote, great order, decency, and propriety, according to John Adams. Now, this coup to the royal conservative authority in Pennsylvania led to petitions. It led to the assembly's eventual suspension and the provincial conference in June, and eventually the 1776 Pennsylvania Constitution. All in all, it helped shape the middle colonies toward independence. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 21st, 1776. Nearly 20,000 foreign troops are on their way to slaughter you, we learn in a letter from George Washington. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On May 21, 1776, the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia received explosive intelligence from General George Washington. Britain had signed treaties with several German princes to hire roughly 17,000 foreign troops to crush the American rebellion. Now, if you recall, these treaties had been signed months ago, with reports floating in some British and European newspapers. But this was the first time that the treaty's text reached Congress and provided specifics. Congress immediately referred the documents to a committee of 5, including John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Richard Henry Lee, William Livingston, and Roger Sherman, with orders to publish the extracts of the treaties to inflame colonial opinion, reward the messenger who brought that, and prepare an address to the foreign mercenaries who were, quote, coming to invade America. This news was a major PR gift for the Patriots. Having the exact numbers and wording allowed Congress to publish it and galvanize support for independence. King George III's decision to hire professional German soldiers, rather than relying solely on British troops, was seen as tyrannical and proof that he was waging war on his own subjects with outsiders. It later became a direct grievance in the Declaration of Independence. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny. The May 21st revelation accelerated the push toward full independence by uniting colonial outrage against Britain's foreign mercenaries. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 22nd, 1776. I hope, yet I fear, you write in a letter to your wife, this summer will be very important to us. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Adams wrote a deeply personal letter to his wife Abigail from Philadelphia. Amid the noise of 40 people, some of whom are talking and others whispering, he reported that Generals Gates and Mifflin were in town, and General Washington would arrive the next day for consultations on the upcoming campaign. He noted dismal accounts from Europe of the preparations against us, referring in part to the Hessian mercenary news. He also wrote prophetically, "This summer will be very important to us. We shall have a severe trial of our patience, fortitude, and perseverance, but I hope we shall do valiantly and tread down our enemies." And much of the letter reveals Adams' loneliness. "I am a lonely, forlorn creature here. There is not one creature here that I seem to have any kind of relation to." He even considered petitioning to bring his family to Philadelphia. He reflected on the pain of separation from his children. "It is a cruel reflection that I should be separated so far from those babes whose education and welfare lie so near my heart. But greater misfortunes than these must not divert us from superior duties." He praised Abigail warmly. "Your sentiments of the duties we owe to our country are such as become the best of women and the best of men. Nothing has contributed so much to support my mind as the choice blessing of a wife whose capacity enabled her to comprehend and whose pure virtue obliged her to approve the views of her husband." He reread her letters as a substitute for the company and conversation of the writer. The letter ends with Adams imagining walking with her and the children through gardens and fields, followed by a poignant close. "I hope, yet I fear." Join me on Tuesday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 26, 1776. You're a successful doctor in New Hampshire, and soon you'll sign the Declaration of Independence. In fact, you'll even serve in the military and treat wounded soldiers. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Born November 21st, 1729 in Amesbury, Massachusetts, Josiah Bartlett studied medicine from age 16 and established a practice in Kingston, New Hampshire in 1750. He gained fame as an innovative physician by successfully treating fevers and throat distemper with cool liquids, fresh air, and Peruvian bark, methods that were ahead of their time and saved many lives, including that of his own children. A firm patriot, Bartlett served in the New Hampshire Provincial Assembly and as a militia colonel before being elected to the Continental Congress in 1775 and 1776. As New Hampshire's delegate and often its sole representative early on, he sat on key committees. On July 2nd, 1776, when the vote for independence was called, starting with the northernmost colony, Bartlett cast the first eye in favor of separating from Britain. Tradition holds that he made the rafters shake with the loudness of his approval. On July 4th, he was again the first to vote in favor of adopting the Declaration of Independence. He signed the engrossed copy on August 2nd, becoming the second signer after John Hancock. He later called the Declaration the greatest state paper ever conceived by the mind of man. Though deeply involved in politics, Bartlett never abandoned medicine. In fact, in 1777, he left Congress temporarily to join General John Stark's New Hampshire forces. He traveled with medical supplies and personally tended to the sick and wounded after the American victory at the Battle of Bennington in August of 1777. He also treated patients in Philadelphia hospitals during his time in Congress. Bartlett served again in Congress in 1778. He signed the Articles of the Confederation. He was the first to vote and sign. He became Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Superior Court and served as the state's first governor when the title changed from president. He founded the New Hampshire Medical Society in 1791 and he served as its first president. He later died on May 19, 1795. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 27, 1776. The affairs of America are in so critical a state, such great events are struggling for birth, that I must not quit the station at this time. I will not shrink from this danger or this toil, you write in a letter to your wife. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. John Adams, perhaps the subject of most of our episodes here, wrote yet another letter to his wife on this day. He first praises Abigail's wise and prudent management, joking that neighbors might think the household runs even better in his absence. Adams rejoices at news of Boston's fortifications and patriotic spirit, especially among the clergy. He compliments Abigail, "I think you shine as a stateswoman, of late as well as a farmeress," asking where she gets her sharp political maxims. He thanks Judge Cushing and his wife for visiting her, but says he cannot return home soon. The affairs of America are in such a critical state, with great events struggling for birth, that he must stay at his post. He dreads Philadelphia's melting heats of the summer and worries how his frail constitution will endure the constant care and incessant application of mind that exhaust him. Yet he vows, "I will not shrink from this danger or this toil, as long as he can perform his duties. While my health shall be such that I can discharge in any tolerable manner the duties of this important post, I will not desert it." As the push towards declaring independence heats up, it's men like John Adams who begin to feel the deep and scary pressure. But, as Adams makes clear, he will not shrink away. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 28th, 1776. "I apologize, miss, but we don't have any." You hurry to the next grocer, hoping to find salt. Otherwise, all your food will spoil and you'll have nothing to eat, and neither will the Continental Army. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Salt was an essential part of survival in the 18th century, the primary way to preserve meat, fish, and other foods before refrigeration. Without it, armies couldn't stockpile provisions, civilians couldn't store winter food, and livestock health suffered. Now, pre-war, merchants imported salt freely, but But once fighting began in 1775, supply tightened dramatically. Some importers and hoarders exploited the scarcity by charging extravagant prices, even after Congress had urged merchants to avoid general price gouging on goods. This hit the poor the hardest, as salt became very burdensome to everyday families and soldiers to acquire. A committee reported on May 28th that while general price controls on trade could discourage imports and actually worsen shortages, salt was a special case because it was imported in large, high-risk vessels, and hoarding threatened public welfare and the war effort. Though regulations of that nature on trade tend to discourage commerce and increase the scarcity, which they were designed to remove, yet that the same is not applicable to salt, as it can only be imported in large vessels, the risk of which is extremely great. Congress recommended both fixing a maximum price at the port of import or manufacture and a bounty or incentive for anyone importing or manufacturing salt within the next year. This encouraged new domestic production without broadly burdening trade. Now, to be clear, this was a narrowly targeted wartime exception, and it wasn't a model for broad peacetime price controls as some advocate for today. And although Congress recognized that general controls distort markets, they carved out one exception, because the war could depend on salt. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's May 29th, 1776. You're attending the 5th Virginia Convention in Williamsburg as a delegate from Hanover County. Your friend slaps you on the shoulder and wishes you a happy birthday. You turned 40 today, but you don't want birthday wishes. You want liberty, or you'll take death. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Born on May 29, 1736 in Hanover County, Virginia, Patrick Henry had little formal schooling but was tutored at home, worked on the family farm, and failed twice as a storekeeper before he went on to study law on his own. He was admitted to the Virginia bar in 1760 at the age of 24 and quickly gained fame as a brilliant and fiery courtroom lawyer. In the years leading up to the Revolution, Henry was active in the cause. In 1765, as a new member of the Virginia House of Burgesses, Henry introduced the Virginia Stamp Act resolves, boldly declaring that only colonial assemblies could tax Virginians. His fiery defense, accused by some of treason, helped ignite widespread colonial resistance and earned him the title the man who gave the first impulse to the ball of the Revolution. In 1773, he co-founded Virginia's committee to coordinate resistance across colonies, and in 1774, he was elected as a Virginia delegate. He helped draft the petition to the king and sign the Continental Association, which was a boycott of British goods. On March 23, 1775, at the Second Virginia Convention in Richmond's St. John's Church, Henry delivered his immortal "Give me liberty or give me death" speech. He urged arming the colony's militia, arguing war with Britain was inevitable. The speech swayed delegates to approve military preparedness by a narrow vote just weeks before Lexington and Concord. In 1775, after Governor Dunmore seized colonial munitions, Henry led Hanover County militia toward Williamsburg, forcing compensation and earning a royal proclamation branding him an outlaw. He was briefly commander-in-chief of Virginia's militia in 1775, but later resigned so he could focus on politics. At the 5th Virginia Convention in 1776, he helped draft Virginia's Declaration of Rights, a model for the Federal Bill of Rights and Constitution. He also pushed for full independence. Elected as Virginia's first governor from 1776 to 1779, he worked with George Washington to supply troops, equip forces, and authorize George Rogers Clark's Western Campaign. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 1st, 1776. You're preparing for the upcoming provincial conference. Independence feels closer than ever, but Pennsylvania's delegation to the Continental Congress is divided and cautious about separating from the crown. But not you. In fact, when independence is declared, it's what you do 2 days later that leaves a mark on history. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now, James Smith is a lesser celebrated but extremely patriotic signer of the Declaration of Independence. On June 1st, Smith was most likely in York, Pennsylvania, tending to his law practice, his Revolutionary Committee duties, and preparations for the upcoming provincial conference. Earlier in the year, as a militia colonel, which was an honorary title, he helped mobilize Pennsylvania troops to reinforce the flying camp in part of New Jersey to guard against British moves after the British evacuated Boston. Smith was active in the York County Committee of Safety and Observation, which handled local patriot enforcement, recruitment, and coordination with the broader revolutionary efforts. Now, by mid-June, once this provincial conference started, Smith played a notable role. On June 23rd, Benjamin Rush moved, and Smith seconded, a resolution for the conference to formally declare support for independence from Britain. He served on the drafting committee with Rush and Thomas McKean, and their statement, issued shortly after, helped frame Pennsylvania's shift and influence the National Declaration. Now, this all comes in the summer of 1776, as Pennsylvania's delegation to the Continental Congress was initially divided and cautious. Several key figures, including John Dickinson, opposed or even hesitated on a full break from Britain. Smith, along with others like Benjamin Rush and George Clymer, were elected as replacement delegates to bolster the pro-independence side. Now, Smith arrived in Pennsylvania after the famous July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th debates and vote, so he didn't help draft or cast Pennsylvania's deciding votes, but he was there in time for the formal signing on August 2nd. Now, on the evening of July 6th, this is right after the first printed broadsides came off the press, Smith and two fellow patriots, Captain Francis Wade and Dr. Young, mounted up and rode back to York. That same night in the town square, Smith publicly read the Declaration of Independence aloud to gathered citizens for the first time. It was one of the earliest public proclamations of the document outside of Philadelphia. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 2nd, 1776. It is not choice then, but necessity that calls for independence. You write in a letter to a wealthy Virginia planter, "You're Richard Henry Lee, and this letter will serve as a precursor to the most important resolution in the movement toward independence thus far." Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Richard Henry Lee's June 2nd, 1776 letter to Landon Carter is a direct and persuasive reply addressing Carter's concerns about independence, written from Philadelphia just 5 days before Lee would introduce the famous Independence Resolution in Congress. Carter, a more cautious Virginian, had expressed doubts about independence. He feared foreign alliances, especially with despotic powers like France, and he feared that those would bring harmful terms, and he saw independence as potentially rash. Landon Carter preferred to seek reconciliation or be forced into independence. But Lee, acting on Virginia's May 15th convention instructions for independence, counters these points head-on while sharing fresh intelligence. Lee opens his letter by congratulating Carter and Virginia on the May 15th resolve, quoting a moderate observer, "Virginia has determined like a brave, sensible, and injured people." He then builds the case for necessity over choice. It is not choice then, but necessity that calls for independence as the only means by which foreign alliance can be obtained and a proper confederation by which internal peace and union may be secured. As Lee wrote, Britain's infamous treaties with foreign powers show intent for absolute conquest and subduction using foreign mercenaries. This was the colonies being forced into independence. This was the necessity. Lee then tried to reassure Carter on France, reminding him of historical precedent, that is, France aided Holland without harm, and that the aid to the United Colonies would be external only, military stores, clothing, warships for trade protection, but not internal armies that could dominate. Lee also focused on Britain's dire finances, expensive war debts, half of its trade lost, and even Dutch investors panicking and discounting English funds. The letter previews Lee's June 7th resolutions almost verbatim, which ignite the flame for independence and lead us to July 4th. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 3rd, 1776. We have received certain intelligence that Britain is determined to use her utmost endeavors this year to subdue us, you write in a letter to your wife who's back home in New Hampshire. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Josiah Bartlett wrote a personal letter to his wife Mary on June 3rd, 1776 from Philadelphia. Bartlett, a New Hampshire delegate to the Second Continental Congress and future signer of the Declaration of Independence, often updated his wife on congressional proceedings amid the escalating tensions. This time, he was informing her of new intelligence about Hessian mercenaries being sent to the colonies to slaughter the colonists. "We have received certain intelligence that Britain is determined to use her utmost endeavors this year to subdue us. The Congress have determined to oppose them with all their power and have agreed to send 8 regiments of militia of 750 men each to join our army in Canada," Bartlett wrote. Additional units from various colonies would be provided as well. I hope the Americans will play the man for their country and for their all, and that kind providence will give us success and victory, that the wickedness and villainy of our enemies will fall on their own heads, and that America may be forever separated from the tyranny of Britain. His hope for independence would only be bolstered just 4 days later by Richard Henry Lee's famous resolution. And on that same day, Bartlett also wrote another letter to John Langdon, another big New Hampshire figure, echoing similar concerns about the trying year ahead and British threats, while noting growing colonial momentum toward new governments and independence. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 4th, 1776. In 1 month's time, the Second Continental Congress will vote to declare independence from Britain, and history will never be the same. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now, Philadelphia was feeling the weight of history in the making by this time in June. The Second Continental Congress were in active session, and the rising war tensions, combined with the summer heat, were making every day feel more and more difficult. After Virginia's strong May 15th instructions for independence had arrived in late May, energizing radicals like John Adams, everyone sensed a major proposal was coming, and it arrived on June 7th via Richard Henry Lee. Supporters felt alignment and resolved, but moderates, especially from places like Pennsylvania, New York, South Carolina, still hesitated over timing and even unity. Meanwhile, the Continental Congress was dealing with military reports and supply issues, with George Washington frequently writing to members of the Continental Congress expressing concern. And in the city itself, patriots like Christopher Marshall tracked committee work, news, and rumors amid normal life. He also talked about weather and other visits. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 5th, 1776. If America is virtuous, she will vanquish her enemies and establish her liberty. In 2 days' time, history will never be the same. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. By June 6th, delegates knew Richard Henry Lee planned to introduce a major independence motion the next day. Samuel Adams wrote in a letter to James Warren, "This will, in my opinion, be an important summer, productive of great events which we must be prepared to meet. If America is virtuous, she will vanquish her enemies and establish her liberty." Now, Sam Adams had long pushed for a full break with Britain, and the moment was closer now than ever. The letter captured the growing mood in Philadelphia, excitement mixed with resolve, as Virginia's instructions for May 15th were about to force the issue on everyone's mind, that is, the issue of independence. On June 7th, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia rose in Congress, and he formally introduced what became known as the Lee Resolution. John Adams of Massachusetts immediately seconded. Resolved, that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. The second part of the resolution called on Congress to form foreign alliances, while the third part was that a plan of confederation should be prepared and sent to the colonies for approval. This was the formal trigger for independence, with Lee acting on binding instructions from the Virginia Convention. Now, Congress did not vote immediately, and debate was postponed, while hesitant colonies like New York and Pennsylvania wanted to consult home for new instructions. This delay in the vote led to the creation of the Committee of Five, which would draft the actual Declaration of Independence. The resolution itself would be adopted on July 2nd, 1776, the day John Adams called the real anniversary of independence. The Declaration, the explanation of why they adopted that resolution on July 2nd, came on July 4th. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 8th, 1776. The sensible part of the House opposed the motion. They saw no wisdom in a declaration of independence, nor any other purpose to be answered by it, you write in a letter to John Jay. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 8th, 1776, Congress sat till 7 o'clock this evening in consequence of a motion of Richard Henry Lee's resolving ourselves free and independent states. South Carolinian delegate Edward Rutledge wrote in a letter to John Jay. Lee had introduced his famous resolution on June 7th that resolved, "These united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. The resolution also called on Congress to form foreign alliances and prepare a plan of confederation. It was the formal trigger for independence, with Lee acting on binding instructions from the Virginia Convention. But, according to Rutledge, the sensible part of the House opposed the motion. They saw no wisdom in a declaration of independence, nor any other purpose to be answered by it, but placing ourselves in the power of those with whom we mean to treat, giving our enemy notice of our intentions before we had taken any steps to execute them, and thereby enabling them to counteract us in our intentions and rendering ourselves ridiculous in the eyes of foreign powers by attempting to bring them into a union with us before we had united with each other. Rutledge said there was no reason for pressing this measure, and said the reason was that of a madman, and that the question was to be postponed for 3 weeks or even a month. Jefferson would later describe how Rutledge and other opponents of the resolution had argued that though they were friendly to the measure itself, they, quote, saw the impossibility that we should ever again be united with Great Britain, yet they were against adopting them at this time. The people of the middle colonies, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, the Jerseys, and New York, were not yet ripe for bidding adieu to British connection, but that they were fast ripening. But for the supporters, like John Adams, Lee, and others, Jefferson wrote, the question was not whether, by a declaration of independence, we should make ourselves what we are not, but whether we should declare a fact which already exists. With no consensus, Congress did indeed postpone the vote until July 1st. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 9th, 1776. You walk over to Christ Church, just a few blocks away from Independence Hall. After a long day debating the Lee resolution yesterday, you need a moment of peace now more than ever. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. While there are no surviving details about what the delegates were doing this day exactly, aside from a few letters from none other than John Adams, this day would have looked similar for most of the delegates. Most of them were devout Protestants and attended services, as Sunday was a day of worship. Christ Church was the most prominent, and many delegates, including those inclined toward Anglican worship, attended here. Now, delegates stayed in boarding houses, private homes, or inns near the State House, now known as Independence Hall, and they often shared lodging by colony or region. A typical Sunday might include attending a morning worship service, a midday dinner at their place of lodging, or perhaps a visit to City Tavern for a meal, and then afternoon or evening letter writing and quiet discussion or reading. At this time, Philadelphia was extremely hot and humid, with mosquitoes and flies everywhere, and tensions were high for the delegates. But today was a day for them to rest and gather their thoughts. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 10th, 1776. A committee is appointed to draw up a declaration to prevent loss of time in case the Congress should agree to the proposition at the day fixed for resuming it. You write in a letter to the Maryland Council of Safety. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 10th, the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia resumed and concluded its debate on Richard Henry Lee's June 7th resolution for independence. Congress met as a committee of the whole to continue the heated debate from June 8th. After further discussion, they voted 7-5 to postpone the final decision on Lee's resolution until July 1st. This delay allowed more time for hesitant colonies, especially the middle colonies, to receive updated instructions from home and to build broader support for independence. To avoid losing momentum, Congress immediately agreed to appoint a committee, quote, to prepare a declaration to the effect of the said first resolution. In other words, a formal statement explaining the independence vote. You know, something that may include a list of grievances. From the official journals of the Continental Congress from Monday, June 10th, 1776, resolved that the consideration of the first resolution be postponed to this day 3 weeks, July 1st, and in the meanwhile, that no time be lost, in case the Congress agree thereto, that a committee be appointed to prepare a declaration to the effect of the said first resolution. But who would serve on the committee to draft the declaration? Well, join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 11th, 1776. Resolved that the committee to prepare the declaration consists of 5 members: Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert R. Livingston. And with that, the Second Continental Congress had all but sealed their fate. Independence was on its way, and a young Virginian would deliver it. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 11th, 1776, the Second Continental Congress officially appointed the Committee of Five, also called the Committee of Declaration, to draft a statement explaining why the colony should declare independence. This followed the June 10th decision to form such a committee lest any time be lost. Resolved that the committee to prepare the declaration consists of 5 members: Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert R. Livingston. Congress chose the men by ballot, with 1 member from each of 5 key regions for geographic balance: New England, Middle Colonies, and the South. Thomas Jefferson, only 33 years old, was the youngest member. Selected for his reputation as a masterful writer, he had already impressed with a summary view of the rights of British America in 1774. Adams later recalled that Jefferson got the most votes and was the obvious lead drafter. Virginia, the largest colony pushing independence, needed prominent representation. John Adams of Massachusetts was a fierce and early advocate for independence. He declined to write the draft himself, saying he was obnoxious and too controversial, and that Jefferson was a better writer and Virginian. Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania was the elder statesman, world-famous scientist and printer and diplomat, and he's probably the best-known American. Franklin is best known for his editing and suggested some of the most famous tweaks, which we will discuss closer to July 4th. Roger Sherman of Connecticut was a solid and respected moderate. He was a cobbler turned lawyer, and Robert R. Livingston of New York was a lawyer. And while New York was still hesitant on independence, his inclusion helped build broader support. The Committee of Five was instructed to prepare a declaration stating the reasons for independence to support Richard Henry Lee's resolution. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 12th, 1776. You've just been assigned to draft a Declaration of Independence. But what do you write in it? Lucky for you, the 5th Virginia Convention just unanimously adopted one of the most important documents in American history that you will pull heavily from. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 12th, the 5th Virginia Convention in Williamsburg adopted one of the most important documents in American history, the Virginia Declaration of Rights. Written primarily by George Mason, a planter from Fairfax County, and refined by James Madison, particularly the religious liberty section, the Declaration of Rights was completed in just a few weeks after Virginia decided to break away from Britain during its May 15th vote, where it had instructed its delegates in Philadelphia to push for independence, sending Richard Henry Lee in that famous resolution. At the same time, the state realized it also needed its own Republican Constitution. The document contains 16 sections. Its most famous opening line states that all men are by nature equally free and independent and have certain inherent rights, namely, the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the means of acquiring and possessing property, and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. It declared that all power comes from the people, that government is a social contract, and that people have the right to reform or abolish any government that becomes destructive to those ends. It also listed fundamental protections: trial by jury, no cruel punishment, free elections, freedom of the press, and, thanks to Madison, broad religious liberty. Thomas Jefferson used its language almost word for word just 3 weeks later in the Declaration of Independence. Other states copied it, and years later, James Madison drew heavily from it when he wrote the U.S. Bill of Rights in 1791. In just a few hundred words, George Mason and the Virginia Convention created the first American Bill of Rights, a blueprint for liberty. Join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 16th, 1776. You sit in your study, hands slightly shaking. You've just received word that the New Jersey Provincial Congress has declared you, William Franklin, to be an enemy to the liberties of this country. You aren't quite sure what that means yet, but in a few days' time, you'll soon learn your fate. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. William Franklin, royal governor of New Jersey and son of Benjamin Franklin, remained loyal to the crown. On June 14th, the New Jersey Provincial Congress voted that Governor Franklin's proclamation, calling the General Assembly to meet on June 20th, was in direct contempt of the Continental Congress. They resolved it ought not to be obeyed and that his salary should cease. The next day, the Provincial Congress formally declared William Franklin an enemy to the liberties of this country and ordered measures to secure his person and terminated all payments to him as governor. An order was issued to Colonel Nathaniel Hurd to approach William and offer him a parole. Hurd visited William at the proprietary house and presented the parole, but William refused. A guard of about 60 militia was immediately placed around his house, effectively putting him under house arrest. And on June 19, 1776, William Franklin was formally taken into custody by militia under Colonel Hurd and Major Jonathan Deere. On June 21, 1776, William Franklin appeared before the Provincial Congress in Burlington. He refused to recognize their authority, denied their right to question him, and was subsequently declared an enemy and held for transfer. Now, it's notable here, and for those who have been watching Countdown to Freedom, you remember that Ben Franklin refused to intervene on his son's behalf, including when William's wife was on her deathbed and William wanted to see her. Ben and his son would be separated for 8 long years, and when they finally reconciled in 1784, Franklin wrote that the rupture had caused him profound pain, but he still signed the letter as William's affectionate father. When Ben and William finally met in person in 1785, Benjamin asked William to apologize for his loyalism, but William refused, and the two never saw each other again. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 17th, 1776. You're a second major in the Hampshire County Regiment of the Massachusetts Militia, training your men. You pause for a moment, and you remember the date. It's June 17th, the one-year anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill, a day you'll never forget. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 17, 1775, the Battle of Bunker Hill broke out. After the April battles of Lexington and Concord, the British were stuck in Boston under siege of colonial militia. On June 13, 1775, Patriot leaders learned that the British planned to seize the unoccupied hills around Boston to break the siege and control the harbor. In response, on the night of June 16th, about 1,200 colonists under Colonel William Prescott quietly marched onto the Charlestown Peninsula. They were supposed to fortify Bunker Hill, but instead built a strong earthen redoubt on the lower, more exposed Breed's Hill, closer to Boston. They worked through the night with picks and shovels while British ships fired cannonballs overhead. When British General William Howe awoke on June 17, 1775, he saw the fortifications and assembled his troops. The colonists, low on ammunition and led by Prescott, Israel Putnam, and Dr. Joseph Warren, held fire until the British were about 30 to 50 yards away. Legend says, don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Now, 2 devastating volleys first pushed back the British assaults with horrific slaughter, but on the third attack, the Americans ran out of gunpowder. The British finally overran the redoubt in brutal hand-to-hand fighting. Dr. Joseph Warren was killed, he was shot in the head, and the colonists retreated in good order across Bunker Hill and the Charlestown Neck. British naval bombardments set Charlestown ablaze. 2 weeks later, General George Washington would take charge of the Continental Army, and colonists would never forget what happened that day. Now, fun fact, the man that I opened today's episode with is actually my 7th great-grandfather, Major Jonathan Clapp, and legend goes that soldiers from Southampton actually met at Jonathan's Tavern before heading to Boston for the Battle of Bunker Hill in 1775, and that building survived until about 1876 when it was torn down like all buildings. Another interesting fun fact is another set of my grandparents were also present at Bunker Hill, except this time a little differently. So my nth great grandfather, Benjamin Willis Jr., he was 7 at the time, and he, his sibling, and his mom actually had to flee Charlestown as it burned down. He apparently carried all the family papers. Meanwhile, Benjamin's future wife, Mary, who was 5 at the time, was part of a loyalist family, the McKinstries, and they were having dinner at home with British soldiers there. And the British soldiers ended up receiving word of the burning of Charlestown and apparently fled to the scene. And Mary ends up going up on a hilltop to watch Charlestown burn. And her and Benjamin, right? Benjamin's the one that fled Charlestown. They later got married. Very funny how that goes. Anyway, join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 18th, 1776. You gather in Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania is closer now than ever to agreeing to vote for independence, but the colony just needs one final push. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. June 18th, 1776 was the opening day of the Pennsylvania Provincial Conference of Committees at Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia, which is right next to Independence Hall. Now, these members of the Provincial Conference were radically pro-independence and were gathering for the first time to push Pennsylvania to vote for independence, given the colony's reluctance, since the Pennsylvania Assembly was very cautious. The conference minutes, recorded by Secretaries Jonathan B. Smith and Samuel C. Morris, begin as follows. Philadelphia, Tuesday, June 18, 1776. This day, a number of gentlemen met at Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia, being deputed by the committees of several of the counties of this province to join in a provincial conference in consequence of a circular letter from the Committee of the City and Liberties of Philadelphia, enclosing the resolutions of the Continental Congress of the 15th May last. The conference elected Thomas McKean as president and Joseph Hart as vice president, along with those two secretaries. They organized and began addressing Congress's May 15th recommendation to suppress royal authority and form new governments based on the people's authority. Over the following days and through June 25th, they empowered Pennsylvania's delegates in Congress to vote for independence. They called for a new state constitutional convention, and they handled military matters like raising militia for a flying camp. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 19th, 1776. You sit at your portable desk, writing swiftly. You're almost done with the first draft of the Declaration of Independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 19, 1776, it's likely that Thomas Jefferson was nearly finished or had already completed his first draft of the Declaration. Now, as most of you know, Jefferson's first draft is not the version that we know and love today, so I thought we could go over what his first draft, written about 250 years ago this week, looked like. The original draft read, "When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people to advance from that subordination in which they have hitherto remained, and to assume among the powers of the earth the equal and independent station." Now, this was later changed to, "When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with one another." Another change made is that the first rough draft also read, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, that from that equal creation they derive rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness." Now, the final draft says instead, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." You could see that it was condensed and written a little more clearly. Now, interestingly, the original draft also contained a 168-word grievance blaming King George III for the slave trade. He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. Congress ultimately removed the entire passage, mainly at the insistence of South Carolina and Georgia, with a little bit of northern hesitation. Because remember, folks, in order for independence to actually work, all the colonies had to be on board, and compromise was a must if the colonies were going to declare independence and adopt the very declaration that would actually serve as the basis and justification for ending slavery just a few decades later. Now, Jefferson was reportedly unhappy with many of the cuts made. Remember, this was cut down about 25%, and it was actually Ben Franklin who was involved in the editing process, who comforted Jefferson with a short story about a hat sign. It's a very well-known story, but I think we're running out of time on this episode. So, folks, join me on Monday as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 22nd, 1776. But remember, you can't make 13 clocks strike precisely alike at the same second. You write in a letter to your friend back home in Boston, where impatience for independence is growing. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 22, 1776, John Adams was responding to an earlier letter from his friend and Boston attorney, Benjamin Kent. Massachusetts, and Boston in particular, was extremely impatient and wanted a formal declaration of independence. We have not many of the fearful, and still less of the unbelieving among us, how slowly soever you may think we proceed. Is it not a want of faith, or a predominance of fear, which makes some of you so impatient for declaration in words of what is every day manifested in deeds of the most determined nature and unequivocal signification? That we are divorced is, to me, very clear. The only question is concerning the proper time for making an explicit declaration in words. Some people must have time to look around them, before, behind, on the right hand, and on the left, then to think, and, after all this, to resolve. Others see at one intuitive glance into the past and the future, and judge with precision at once. But remember, you can't make 13 clocks strike precisely alike at the same second. Adams was effectively reassuring Kent that the colonies are already independent in practice. And just think of the use of the word divorced here. Adams is saying that the marriage, so to speak, between Britain and her colonies is irreparably broken. That said, Adams is assuring Kent that while the colonies aren't necessarily full of fear and doubt, they are being pragmatic. In fact, on this day in 1776, New Jersey elects 5 new delegates who would be instructed to go to Philadelphia to vote for independence. So you basically have a bunch of colonies that are aligning their instructions for their delegates. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting very excited because we are about 2 weeks out from July 4th, which will also be the last day of Countdown to Freedom. Anyway, folks, join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 23rd, 1776. Unanimously ordered that the chairman, Dr. Rush, and Colonel Smith be a committee to draft a resolution declaring the sense of the conference with respect to an independence of this province from the Crown and Parliament of Great Britain, and report tomorrow morning. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now remember, Pennsylvania's assembly was dragging its feet and hesitant to move toward independence. In response to this hesitation, as well as the hesitation of other colonies, the Continental Congress had issued a resolution on May 15th that urged colonies to suppress royal authority and form new governments on the authority of the people only. Pennsylvania's colonial assembly was slow, and so the provincial conference was created to bypass this assembly and speak directly on behalf of the people. On this day in 1776, a 3-man committee appointed by the Pennsylvania Provincial Conference of Committees was created. It was made up of Chairman Thomas McKean, Dr. Benjamin Rush, and Colonel James Smith. They were instructed to draft a resolution that supported independence. Now, the driving force of this committee was political momentum to force Pennsylvania's alignment with independence just days before the expected vote in the Continental Congress. By June 23rd, the conference had already handled militia raising and planned a new constitutional convention. The independence resolution was merely the capstone, right? A public, unanimous declaration that Pennsylvania's representatives should vote for full independence on July 1st and 2nd. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 24th, 1776. It's 3 p.m. and Carpenter's Hall is hot, but there's a vote that needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 24th, 1776, the Pennsylvania Provincial Conference of Committees met at Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia. The 3-man committee we spoke about yesterday had brought in their draft about independence. The draft was first read by special order, read a second time, fully debated and considered, and then unanimously adopted. There were roughly 97 to maybe like 105 delegates in attendance overall. The resolution itself was a formal declaration stating that Pennsylvania's people were willing to support a congressional vote for independence. It included a strong preamble listing grievances against King George III, declaring that allegiance to him was dissolved, and explicitly said that the conference would back Congress declaring the United Colonies free and independent states while reserving their right to form their own government. After adoption, it was ordered to be signed at the table by the delegates, and President Thomas McKean was directed to deliver it to the Continental Congress, which was meeting literally just next door at Independence Hall as we now know it. Now, this was a major turning point for Pennsylvania and the push for national independence, as it pressured Pennsylvania's delegates in the Continental Congress, who had been under the restrictive instructions from the old assembly, to support the Lee resolution in the upcoming vote in July. John Adams was thrilled by the news, writing that the conference delegates were extremely unanimous, spirited, zealous, and determined. As for the state assembly, it still remained in place, but it was extremely weak and fractured. The provincial conference was made up of local committees and was known as the voice of the people. The conference's actions amounted to basically a bloodless revolution in Pennsylvania because it sidelined the old colonial government in favor of patriot control. And with that, folks, we are one more step closer to declaring independence. I'm so excited. So join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 25th, 1776. I'm in hopes Congress will soon render it unnecessary to take further measures preparatory to the Declaration of Independence. You write in a letter to a friend back home. Congress just read Pennsylvania's provincial conference's support of a Declaration of Independence, and now it's more clear than ever that the Continental Congress is moving toward a full break with the crown. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Elbridge Gerry, a Massachusetts delegate and future vice president, wrote to update his friend James Warren, who was then Speaker of the Massachusetts House, on June 25th, right after the Pennsylvania Provincial Conference's declaration was read in Congress. My dear sir, I am in hopes Congress will soon render it unnecessary to take further measures preparatory to the Declaration of Independence, Gerry wrote. Gerry is growing more confident that independence is imminent, and what he's basically saying to Warren is that the colonies won't need to keep passing more resolutions or instructions because the full national declaration is about to happen. Gerry continues, New Jersey has appointed 5 new delegates and instructed them to vote in favor of the question, and it appears to me there is not even a doubt of any colony on the continent except New York and Maryland. Now keep in mind, New Jersey just replaced its old delegates with 5 new ones explicitly instructed to vote for independence. Gerry believes only New York and Maryland remain possible obstacles, but even they won't delay things. Gerry argues that the people in those colonies strongly support separation and will back it regardless of what their delegates or conventions do, and Gerry was right. In New York, delegates were still bound by cautious instructions from home, and in Maryland, there were similar restrictive instructions. But Maryland would eventually come around, while New York would be the only colony to abstain from that famous July 2nd vote. Gerry then shifts to the bigger picture. New England radicals had been locked in a continual war with moderate proprietary interest, aka wealthy landowners, and conservatives tied to British-style government, while in Congress and the Middle Colonies. He senses that the fight is nearly over. The people are waking up, rejecting old governors and proprietors, and trusting New England's bolder politics more than ever. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 26, 1776. It's a hot day, and you're sitting on the second floor of a house just a short walk away from Independence Hall. Ben Franklin and John Adams have given you numerous edits to make to your draft of a declaration, and you want to make them fast so that the colonies can finally declare independence. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. On June 26, Jefferson was likely in the final stages of drafting the Declaration of Independence. He worked in his rented second-floor room at the corner of 7th and Market Streets in Philadelphia, often writing at a portable desk that he himself had designed. By this point, he had already produced a rough draft and incorporated early feedback from John Adams and Benjamin Franklin. Jefferson likely spent his days balancing committee work, congressional sessions, and refining the Declaration's language. His personal memorandum book from the week shows routine expenses like pencils, maps, dinners, and 2 days later, on June 28, 1776, which was a Friday, the Committee of 5 formally presented Jefferson's draft with their revisions to the full Continental Congress. The document, titled A Declaration by the Representatives of the United States of America in General Congress Assembled, was read aloud and then ordered to lie on the table for later consideration. Now, Congress did not immediately debate this declaration because they were still waiting for more colonies to authorize their delegates to vote for independence. The draft was set aside until the pivotal vote on Richard Henry Lee's independence resolution on July 2nd, which, remember, yesterday, that's when John Adams said is the real Independence Day. Major edits to the declaration would then come between July 3rd and July 4th, but the version submitted on the 28th was the foundational text that later became our Declaration of Independence. Join me on Monday, our last Monday, as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 29th, 1776. I write this for the express purpose of requesting that, if possible, you will give your attendance in Congress on Monday next. A Declaration of Independence, the form of a confederation of these colonies, and a scheme for a treaty with foreign powers will be laid before the House on Monday, you write in a letter to John Jay. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Edward Rutledge, a 26-year-old lawyer from South Carolina, is in Philadelphia, a member of the Continental Congress and the youngest signer of the Declaration of Independence. Just one day prior, on June 28th, the Committee of Five had formally presented the Declaration to Congress, which announced it would be laid before the House. Now, Jay was up in New York, but Rutledge wanted Jay to return to Philadelphia for the upcoming critical debates. Now, note that Rutledge himself was still kind of moderate. He was a little cautious about independence, but he eventually would come around. Jay, meanwhile, was busy countering loyalist plots and was heavily involved in local security matters and did not attend the early July votes in Philadelphia. Again, New York's delegates were initially not fully authorized or present for the July 2nd independence votes that could play a part in it. That being said, John Jay later played key roles in New York's Constitution and the federal Constitution. As for the Declaration that was to be laid before the House, that just meant that members would read it, they would debate on it, and they'd possibly vote on it only if Lee's resolution was passed in the upcoming vote. Because recall, Lee's resolution was the actual political act of declaring independence, right? It was the motion that said, we are breaking away from Britain right now. The Declaration of Independence was not the act of independence itself, right? That was the justification, the explanation of that act. It was the formal document meant to explain why the colonies voted in favor of Lee's resolution. So it laid out grievances against the king, it laid out the natural rights argument, consent of the governed, the right of revolution. And because Congress had previously delayed a vote on Lee's resolution, it gave Congress time to appoint a Committee of Five. It gave the Committee of Five time to prepare the Declaration so that the two items could basically be, debated at the same time. Remember, we heard that Congress didn't want to waste any time in case Lee's resolution was voted on. Now, of course, the Declaration helped justify why a vote for Lee's resolution was so crucial. So how close was Congress to independence by this day in 1776? Now, not all colonies were authorized to vote in favor of Lee's resolution yet, okay? New York, Pennsylvania, Delaware, South Carolina, and Maryland were either not yet authorized or the delegates were still divided. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's June 30th, 1776. You pace back and forth in your study, reciting your case against independence. Today, June 30th, would be the last normal day in the colonies. You see, starting tomorrow, the great debate that would end in the colonies declaring independence began, and nothing would ever be the same. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. Now, June 30th was a Sunday, so the Continental Congress was not in formal session, but it was a crucial day of private preparation before the big debates on independence began the next morning, Monday, July 1st. So, what were the delegates up to? Now, it's likely that some were reading the draft of the Declaration. Remember, the Committee of Five had reported the draft on Friday, June 28th, and the draft was ordered to lie before the House. On Sunday, the 30th, many delegates likely would have spent time quietly reading and studying the document so that they would be ready for the big debate. It was also a day for informal talks in boarding houses and small groups. You had moderates like Edward Rutledge of yesterday, and radicals like John Adams, who were likely trying to gauge support and coordinate within their delegations. In his August 6, 1822 letter to Timothy Pickering, Adams looked back on this period and described it as containing the greatest and most solemn debate on independence. He noted that the subject had been discussed for over a year, but that the final push in late June and early July was especially weighty. Adams said he made almost no last-minute preparation himself. He He spoke from long familiarity with the arguments, and for those who know, he gave one of the longest speeches in support of independence. But he vividly recalled the tension in the days right before July 1st and 2nd. On the flip side, you had moderates like John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, who would deliver a major speech against rushing to independence on July 1st. Dickinson likely had been developing these arguments for months, and what survives today is his personal speaking notes. Historians who have studied the manuscript believe that he probably refined and polished these notes in the days leading up to July 1st. So he almost certainly was spending today, June 30th, making final tweaks on his big argument against independence. Adams later described Dickinson's speech as prepared with great labor and ardent zeal, a full, passionate case that independence at the moment was premature and risky. The next day, the great debate began, and nothing will be the same. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's July 1st, 1776. The consequences involved in the motion now lying before you are of such magnitude that I tremble under the oppressive honor of sharing in its determination. John Dickinson has just given an impassioned speech against independence. You look around the room. No one appears to be willing to rebut Dickinson, but the moment is now or never. So, you rise. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under 2 minutes, well, except maybe not today, I will be taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. So the big day is finally here. On Monday, July 1st, 1776, the Continental Congress in Philadelphia finally took up Richard Henry Lee's resolution. Remember the one introduced on June 7th? The resolution read that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. Congress resolved itself into a committee of the whole, which was basically a more free and less formal debate. Benjamin Harrison of Virginia presided over the committee, while John Hancock remained in the chair for the full Congress. The draft of the Declaration of Independence, which was reported to Congress on June 28th and was lying on the table, was also referred to the committee for consideration alongside the resolution, but the focus of the day was really Lee's resolution. The debate lasted most of the day from morning until late afternoon or early evening. Now, John Dickinson, a delegate of Pennsylvania, delivered the longest and most prepared speech against immediate independence. He had worked on his argument for months and spoke from detailed personal notes, which still survive today. Adams later recalled that Dickinson had prepared himself apparently with great labor and ardent zeal, and in a speech of great length, and with all his eloquence, he combined together all that had before been written in pamphlets and newspapers, and all that had from time to time been said in Congress by himself and others. Some of the arguments that Dickinson made were that the colonies were not prepared and lacked certain foreign support, they had no real navy, and that a declaration could harden Britain's resolve and make the war even more severe. After Dickinson finished, Adams noticed that no one rose to rebut him. He later wrote, "No member rose to answer him, and after waiting some time, in hopes that someone less obnoxious than myself, I determined to speak." Adams gave an impassioned defense of independence, arguing that independence was already inevitable, and delay would only weaken the cause and prevent foreign aid, especially from France. Now, unlucky for John Adams, New Jersey's delegation actually arrived midway through the arguments, and they asked Adams for another recap, which he gave. Adams later wrote to Samuel Chase on that same day, "This morning is assigned for the greatest debate of all. That debate took up most of the day, but it was an idle misspence of time, for nothing was said but what had been repeated and hackneyed in that room before 100 times for 6 months past." Now understand, Adams was under the impression that this would kind of be fast, right? That John Dickinson wouldn't rehash everything that's been happening for a year now. Also remember, the debate was not entirely new, right? Many of the arguments that had been repeated were repeated for months. But the stakes, aka Lee's resolution, made it electric. At the end of the day's debate, the Committee of the Whole took a non-binding straw vote on Lee's resolution. 9 colonies voted in favor of adopting Lee's resolution: New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. 2 colonies voted against: Pennsylvania and South Carolina, and New York abstained. Delegates personally supported it, but they lacked updated instructions allowing them to vote for independence. Their old instructions emphasized reconciliation. The full Congress then received the report, and at the request of Edward Rutledge on behalf of South Carolina, the final determination was postponed until the next day, July 2nd. Rutledge correctly believed that his delegation would switch to support independence for the sake of unity. Pennsylvania's delegates would also switch to a yes vote after two of their delegates, one of them being Dickinson, basically left the room, leaving the rest of the delegates to vote, which created a majority pro-independence delegation. But there was one colony whose delegates were deadlocked, a deadlock that could have prevented Lee's resolution from being adopted. After the committee of the whole straw vote, where Delaware was divided, Thomas McKean, Delaware's pro-independence delegate, took action. McKean, at his own personal expense, immediately dispatched a mounted messenger to Caesar Rodney. But Rodney was some 80 miles away, and a massive storm was overhead. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, freedom wasn't given, it was won. Imagine it's July 2nd, 1776. Your horse finally comes to a stop outside the Pennsylvania State House. You've ridden roughly 80 miles through the night, through pounding rain and thunderstorms. Your boots are caked in mud as you jump to the ground and race up the steps. Thomas McKean is waiting at the door. He grabs your arm and rushes you into the chamber. Congress is about to decide whether America will become a free and independent nation, but they're waiting for one vote. They're waiting for your vote. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna, and every day in under a few minutes, I'm taking you on a real-time journey to relive the greatest story ever told as it unfolded. This is Countdown to Freedom. And happy true Independence Day, folks. Yes, today is the day that the Continental Congress officially declared the United Colonies free and independent, and it all came down to Caesar Rodney. Just last night, the Continental Congress had taken a straw vote for independence, and Delaware's delegation was deadlocked. Thomas McKean dispatched with his own money a courier to Rodney some 80 miles away. Rodney jumped on his horse and rode through the night to make it to Philadelphia by morning. When he arrived, McKean met him at the State House, now Independence Hall, and grabbed his arm, rushing him into the chamber just before proceedings began. Rodney took a seat, and then Delaware was called. McKean voted aye, as he did the night before. George Reed voted no, as he did the night before. The moment was now up to Rodney. Rodney stood. Aye, he declared, and with that, Delaware broke its tie and joined the colonies supporting independence. Rodney himself confirmed the dramatic timing in a July 4th, 1776 letter to his brother Thomas Rodney. I arrived in Congress, though detained by thunder and rain, time enough to give my voice in the matter of independence. It is determined by the 13 United Colonies without even one dissenting colony. Now, Rodney's arrival was pivotal. Without him, Delaware would have remained divided and unable to cast a vote for independence. Pennsylvania and South Carolina's delegations, which had voted no in last night's straw vote, both changed their votes, with New York still abstaining. The result? 12 colonies unanimously adopted Richard Henry Lee's resolution declaring the 13 colonies independent from Great Britain. The resolution declared, and if you've been watching these, maybe you have this memorized already, that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. Now, with the true question of independence settled, Congress immediately turned to Thomas Jefferson's draft Declaration of Independence. Debates on the wording and content of the declaration occurred between July 2nd to the morning of July 4th, when it was formally adopted. News of the July 2nd vote spread quickly, with the Pennsylvania Evening Post reporting on July 2nd, this day, the Continental Congress declared the United Colonies free and independent states. John Adams wrote to his wife Abigail on July 3rd, 1776, famously predicting the significance of July 2nd. I am apt to believe that it will be celebrated by succeeding generations as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be commemorated as the day of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to God Almighty. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shoes, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other from this time forward forevermore. But the fight wasn't yet over. Now, the colonies just declared independence, but now they had to explain to the colonist why they did that. Join me tomorrow as we continue the journey toward independence, because remember, folks, freedom wasn't given, it was won.